Welcome to the third Memory of the World Global Policy Forum, live from Tokyo, Japan, where we have about 70 registered on-site participants, and also we have 600 registered online participants. When we break into thematic sessions, we'll be asking our online participants to use the Q&A functionality. For now, let me introduce myself. I am Faxon Banda. I head the Documentary Heritage Unit, which is the Secretariat of UNESCO's Memory of the World Program. I will say a few words about how this Global Policy Forum fits into the wake of the Memory of the World Program. For now, however, I wish to invite the Assistant Director General of the Communication and Information Sector at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi, to deliver some opening remarks. As he gets to the podium, a few words of introduction. Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi was appointed UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communication and Information in 2021. In this position, he is responsible for the organization's programs on building inclusive knowledge societies, leading digital transformation, strategizing the role of ICTs in education, and fostering freedom of expression. He has extensive experience in higher education, scientific research, and information and communication technologies. He has held academic, corporate, and government leadership positions in Europe, the United States of America, and Tunisia. Over to you, Mr. Jelassi.
Thank you very much, Faxon. Mr. Yanagi Takashi, Vice Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology in the government of Japan. Your ministry is almost UNESCO. You cover all the fields, almost, of interest to us. Madame Ana Ribeiro, Vice Minister of Education and Culture in the government of Uruguay. Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished participants here in the room in Tokyo, Japan, but also online, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure this morning to welcome you all to this third Memory of the World Policy Forum on the theme of enhancing international cooperation to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk. I wish first to express our deep gratitude to MEXT and to the government of Japan for so kindly and so generously hosting us here. And it has been a long moment that we have all waited for after the COVID-19 pandemic to get together, to network, to share insights, experiences, and I hope you'll find this forum very inspiring. Through the Japanese Funds in Trust, Japan has generously supported the UNESCO Memory of the World Program over the years, and more precisely since 2018. I'm very grateful for your support, for your commitment, and for your engagement. As we commemorate the 30-year anniversary of the Memory of the World Program, I'm really pleased that we can celebrate together this important event, take stock of what we have achieved so far, and equally important, pave the way for the next 30 years of this program. Distinguished participants, visiting Japan is for me always a special treat. This is a country I have visited more than 15 times. It's always nice to be here, and especially in this autumn season, which is, I believe, one of the best seasons of Japan, to see forests, trees, mountains covered in red, in yellow, in orange colors. It's also very symbolic and very significant to be in Japan, a country that was hit over the years by so many earthquakes, natural disasters, typhoons, tsunamis, a country that has shown to the world resilience as a nation. And it's very important for us to cover such a theme of documentary heritage endangered by human-made disasters and hazards in a country that has shown us how to stand up again, how to recover, and how to grow. Obviously, natural and human-made disasters are also, as I mentioned briefly yesterday, brought by climate change, by pollution, by conflicts, by wars. And of course, these are causes for destruction that, of course, have affected over time documentary heritage, ranging from old manuscripts to national archives to audiovisual materials. In recent years, the risk of natural hazards has only increased because, in particular, of climate change. And we are all modern witnesses to the conflicts that are raging worldwide. Loss of documentary heritage items means loss of not only local communities, memories, and heritage, but also that of humanity as a whole. To effectively handle future crises, memory institutions such as libraries, museums, and archives organizations need clearly to have effective disaster preparedness and response strategies and plans. This is why this forum aims at fostering the momentum for developing a global policy framework for disaster risk reduction and disaster management in order to sustainably preserve documentary heritage. Over the last 4 years, the Global Policy Forum series focused on reducing and managing risks for disaster risk reduction, but also in order to preserve the world's documentary heritage. This approach has been very much based on the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, which is the international agreements adopted by the United Nations back in 2015 here in Japan in the city of Sendai. This framework has been a guiding principle for applying disaster risk reduction strategies to safeguard both paper but also digital documentary heritage. In this context, last year's forum, which UNESCO has hosted in its Paris headquarters, helped on this very same topic, has helped us to gain insights into the global picture of documentary heritage at risk through national and regional case studies and testimonies. It provided us with the results of a global survey which revealed that over 60% of the responding memory institutions worldwide do not have a written emergency management plan. And around 40% of them reported partial or total loss of their collections due to disasters. The results of this survey raised awareness that emergency preparedness is still lacking among many memory institutions worldwide, even if it is recognized by experts as a key to the sustainable preservation of documentary heritage. This survey was conducted before the COVID-19 pandemic. It reminded us all that crises may come unannounced, unexpected. The COVID-19 was one of them. It reminded us also that no disaster is ever the last one to occur. It taught us the importance to prepare for future crises, whether they are natural or human-made. The third edition of this Global Policy Forum purposefully focuses on ways to enhance international cooperation and better safeguard documentary heritage at risk. It continues our efforts to protect the world's collective memory as an engine for sustainable development. Throughout the day, we'll hear from experts in Japan and experts from elsewhere about best practices and ongoing efforts to safeguard documentary heritage. By reviewing our accomplishments from the last few years, we'll consider how to leverage those achievements for greater international cooperation. You are an outstanding group of speakers and experts involved with the Memory of the World program, our partners, memory institutions, policymakers, and documentary heritage experts. I'm convinced that today's discussions will offer actionable recommendations to enhance international cooperation for the effective preservation of documentary heritage in the face of hazards. Before concluding, I want to salute Trudy, who is with us in the room. He told me before the session started that she had participated 30 years ago in the first Memory of the World conference, which took place in Oslo, Norway. We are very glad having you with us here. Thank you all for your contributions and have a fruitful meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jealousy, for those remarks. My singular honor now to call upon Mr. Takashi Yanagi, who is the Vice-minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology of Japan. He graduated from Ritsumeikan University in 1987, when he joined the Science and Technology Agency, where he was involved in nuclear energy policy. After the agency was reorganized into the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology in 2001, he worked in the various government departments, including Lifelong Learning Policy Bureau and the Research and Development Bureau, the Japanese delegation to the European Union at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Cabinet Office as Policy Planning Officer for MEXT. In 2021, he was appointed Senior Vice Minister and then appointed to his current position in September this year. Honorable Minister, your floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Faxon. It is a privilege for me to make a few opening remarks at this holding of the third Memory of the World Global Policy Forum. We are pleased as this UNESCO forum is being held this time in Japan. First, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the cooperation and support of everyone who has made such effort to hold today's forum, beginning with Tawfiq Jealousy, UNESCO Assistant Director General, Okumura Hiroshi, Kobe University Vice President, Yushi Nuortipa, International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World Program, Vice Chairperson, and Kamata Kaoru, National Archives of Japan President. I also thank all of you who have come from around the world, including those joining us online, for participating in this forum despite your busy schedules. As we all know, the world has been facing global-scale problems like climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. Russia's aggression in Ukraine is also shaking the foundations of the international order. Within this context, UNESCO's efforts, backed by so many diverse countries, to protect the documentary heritage that is the crystallization of our human wisdom from various natural and human-made disasters, and ensure universal access to this heritage have become increasingly vital. I believe that the holding of this forum today under the theme of enhancing international cooperation to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk is thus very timely. Since 2017, Japan has been providing Japanese funds in trust to the MO program. Through these funds in trust, consultation for formulating policies for safeguarding documentary heritage in times of disaster and preparing for disasters in normal times, as well as workshops for developing these capacities have been held. This Global Policy Forum, the third one to date, is being held as a flagship event in the cooperation project by the Japanese Funds in Trust. Japan is called a natural disaster-prone country, but precisely because Japan suffers from various natural disasters, we recognize the importance of having advanced technology for conserving damaged materials and then passing down such materials and records of disaster to future generations. We believe that making possible the holding of forums and workshops for capacity development and the utilizing of knowledge on disaster risk prevention through efforts supported by Japanese Funds in Trust is one of the important roles of Japan for realizing the objectives of the MO program, which are the safeguard of documentary heritage and the promotion of universal access to this heritage. Later, Kobe University Vice President Okumura will give us a special address on Japan's experience and efforts in safeguarding historical documents. Let me just say now that Japan would like to continue to contribute to each country's protection and preservation of their documentary heritage, including that heritage at risk. Finally, today, various experts will provide their wide-ranging knowledge and present successful examples of safeguarding our documentary heritage. Let me conclude by expressing my sincere hope that today's forum will be a fruitful and successful opportunity for discussion and insights leading to more effective practices for best safeguarding the documentary heritage around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yanagi, for those warm remarks. Well, the question now is, how does this third Global Policy Forum fit into the overall work of the Memory of the World program? In the next few minutes, I want to show you a few slides to demonstrate to you how important this edition of the Global Policy Forum is, how indeed it fits into the overall strategic picture of what the program is all about. First of all, the Memory of the World program, set up in 1992, is underpinned by three key objectives. The first of which is to identify documentary heritage, the second one, preserving it, and the third one, enhancing universal access to it. It's important for me to underline, contextually speaking, that these three objectives, in fact, were codified in the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. This is a UNESCO standard-setting instrument agreed to by all the member states. It outlines 5 key areas of intervention. The first 3, identifying documentary heritage, preserving documentary heritage, and enhancing access to it, you will recall, are in fact the 3 objectives of the Memory of the World program. And the last 2, policy and cooperation, are about the kinds of conditions that are necessary in order to realize the 3 objectives. In other words, you do need to have an enabling policy environment at the national and international level. You also need to have cooperation not only nationally, but also regionally and internationally. And this particular forum is focused on how we can forge international cooperation within the framework of the 2015 recommendation. In terms of UNESCO's planning documents, member states are enabled to foster universal access to information and knowledge, including through the Information for All program, as well as through open solutions, and I underline that, through the identification, preservation, and accessibility of documentary heritage. So this again finds clearer articulation and expression in the planning documents of the organization, with a focus on what the Memory of the World program does. But also, more specifically, in terms of trying to understand how we work with our member states and how we judge what we do, we tend to be not only qualitative, but also quantitative. And so, for example, we have put before ourselves this particular performance indicator, the number of member states that are supported in the implementation of the 2015 recommendation that I've already highlighted for you, including in their identification of documentary heritage for the Memory of the World International Register, which the Assistant Minister of MEXT last evening during the reception pointed out when she highlighted some of the items of Japanese documentary heritage that are inscribed on the Memory of the World International Register. And indeed, outside, you'll see examples of what Japan, as the host country, has to offer in that regard. So against that background then, what are the key strategic areas in which we work as the Memory of the World program, and how do these relate to an activity such as this one? The first one, obviously, is that we will continue to support our member states in as far as the implementation of the 2015 recommendation is concerned. And we do that through the network of national and regional Memory of the World committees, which we use as implementation vehicles for the 2015 recommendation. From here, some colleagues here and I will be proceeding to the Republic of Korea, where we'll have the general meeting of the Regional Committee of Memory of the World in the Asia-Pacific region. And there we'll be raising some of the issues that we'll be articulating here as well. The other point that I need to make with respect to the first strategic area there is that we are calling on member states to submit national reports on how they have implemented the 2015 recommendation in the last 4 years. And so we are waiting for Japan to do that if it hasn't done that work. And also we are waiting for other member states to do that as well. And would like to call on you, experts, especially international experts representing other countries, to encourage your national authorities to submit these reports, because in the end, they're the ones which provide us with the evidence upon which we do our work. Moving on to the second strategic area of work, strengthening inter-regional cooperation for the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage. We have a number of things that we do with respect to that. More notably, we organize interregional conferences, the first of which was held in 2018 in Panama City, and in 2019 in the Republic of Korea. And we've got one coming up next year in Baku, Azerbaijan, where we assemble experts to focus on specific topics that concern the identification, preservation, and accessibility of documentary heritage. And then thirdly, supporting upstream preservation policies among member states and downstream capacity building for memory institutions. And here, I wish to locate the Memory of the World Global Policy Fora that we have had in 2018, 2021, and now here again, and thankfully supported by MEXT. It is important to highlight this because this project is a framework that we use not only to lobby for documentary heritage-friendly policies on the part of our member states, but also to engage with specific memory institutions in terms of building their capacities for the preservation of documentary heritage, including through digitization. And later today, I will be sharing with you ideas about how UNESCO, working with MEXT, is going to be doing this through the launch of a new initiative to support documentary heritage at risk. And so you can see how important the Global Policy Forum is to the work of the Memory of the World program. But moving on, the fourth aspect is enhancing issue-based strategic partnerships within the broad conceptual framework of documentary heritage as sustainable development. And we do lots of work with respect to that. We enter partnerships with organizations such as Google Arts and Culture to showcase documentary heritage as an educational resource. We have in France a partnership with INRIA, a computing firm, and the focus there is on software source code as documentary heritage. We have the Memory of the World GIGG Prize that tries to reward efforts at preservation of documentary heritage, and so on and so forth. And lastly, of course, we focus on the Memory of the World International Register in terms of increasing the number of inscriptions on it that come from underrepresented regions, and by so doing, attempting to enhance the educational value of such inscriptions. Some statistics there for you. Africa is represented to the tune of 5%, Arab states 2%, Asia Pacific region 22%, Europe and North America 52%, the Latin American Caribbean region 18%, and others 1%. This refers to international organizations and so on and so forth, as well as joint nominations. With respect to increasing the educational value of such inscriptions, we have, as I've already highlighted, entered into strategic partnerships, including with Studio Nord in the Netherlands, Google Arts and Culture, as well as key national and regional memory institutions that can add value to what we do. And within UNESCO itself, we have partnerships with other program sectors, including the educational sector, to work within the framework of what are called ASPAC schools. And it is my understanding that Japan, in fact, may have the largest number of ASPAC-affiliated schools. And so, again, you can see the importance of this country in terms of the work that we do. So then, this is the overall strategic framework within which we locate all these activities, and quite evidently, the Global Policy Forum features notably. And so I hope this helps you to understand where we are coming from. Thank you so much. Well, let's move on then with an opening special address, opening in the sense that it will not invite any questions. And this address will be delivered by a distinguished professor, Mr. Hiroshi Okumura. He is the executive vice president of Kobe University here in Japan. Mr. Hiroshi Okumura is a professor at the Graduate Studies of Humanities of Kobe University, where he received an MA in literature in 1984. After working for Kyoto University as a research assistant, he joined Kobe University in 1991 as an associate professor and became a full professor in 2006. Mr. Hiroshi Okumura was Dean of the Faculty of Letters from 2018 to 2020 and Director and Vice President of Kobe University in 2021. His research focuses on modern Japanese history and historical materials. Over to you, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hiroshi Okumura from Kobe University in Kobe, Japan. これからは日本語で。
Now I would like to speak in Japanese. First, let me mention that many historical documents are preserved in local communities here in Japan. However, these cultural heritages of communities are faced with risk of distinctions due to large-scale disasters, etc. In this presentation, I would like to first of all explain to you the overall view of the current situation. Secondly, I will explain about how those involved in Japanese historical culturists dealt with these crisis situations. Systematic preservation activities for historical material and preservation of material for succession of memories of the great earthquake started in 1995 when we experienced the Great Hanshi-Awaji earthquake. I would like to report to you about what has been done during the past 30 years since then. Thirdly, how the view on cultural heritage had expanded over the years to include keeping and handing down memories of non-designated cultural heritages in the entire communities will be covered. But before going into some specifics, let me explain the local communities in Japan briefly. During Tokugawa period from the beginning of the 17th century to 1867, Japan had 60,000 to 70,000 municipalities called mura or cho. Each municipality had about 70 households, and its total population was between 300 to 500. After the Meiji Restoration, Japan experienced 3 big municipal mergers. The first was in 1889. The second started in 1953, and the third in 1995. So the total number has greatly reduced, and now there are only 1,700 municipalities here in Japan. However, under the present large-scale municipalities, Japan still has multi-layered community groups. They are formed along the border of pre-merger municipalities. Although these groups are not recognized as official local governments, they play important roles in education, civil engineering, sanitation, and disaster prevention. That is why current Japanese local governments need them for their function. Such community groups with a long history dating back to the pre-modern era and individuals who served as leaders like mayors possess a huge number of historical materials. We can call this a unique characteristics of Japan. These materials date back from 16th century to 19th century, and we estimate that the total number of these materials counted at least 2 billion. Now, when you look at this slide, you will see that since the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in 1995, big earthquakes have really hit Japan almost every year. The Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake directly hit the Hanshin area, and the Great East Japan earthquake of 2011 was a subduction area one. These two earthquakes caused extreme damage, and the serious effects and impacts still remain today. Radioactive contamination after the 2011 disaster is an unprecedented problem and has yet to be solved. Meanwhile, since the 2004, heavy flooding has happened somewhere in Japan every year. Because of global warming, such flooding never ceased to stop. Once an old house got soaked and historical materials preserved in it were severely damaged, even though the house had never experienced such flooding for 300 years. However, our disaster prevention has been insufficient until the great earthquake of 1995, the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake. This is because after World War II, except for the 1948 Fukui earthquake, there has been no major earthquake for 47 years until the Hanshin Awaji. Japan's post-World War II disaster prevention system was institutionalized after the 1958-9 Ise-wan typhoon. Likewise, as for cultural heritages, there has been no practical research or systematic preservation system of local cultural heritages in Japan until 1995. Now, in Japan, local communities and those in rural areas in particular are facing a critical situation nowadays. Although I am not going to go into details here today, local communities already cannot even maintain the population which existed before the Industrial Revolution in the Edo period. In 2010, Japan had the largest population of 128 million. And that was a peak that we experienced. But since then, the population has been decreasing. On the contrary, the percentages of those aged 65 and over has been increasing. In 1960, it was 5.7%, but in 2010, it was 23%. With a declining birth rate and aging of population, the population of Japan will be less than 90 million in 2060, and the number of aged will account for more than 40%. The decrease is remarkable in rural areas, and experts expect that many communities will not be able to survive. Community crisis due to the rapid aging and population decrease is dramatically making it difficult for the communities to inherit their local memory. Their history and culture are also in danger of disappearing. Great natural resources will rapidly worsen this situation because they destroyed sustainability and local historical heritages. In such a critical and difficult situations, researchers started practical research systematically in 1995 to preserve historical materials after the 1995 Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake. Based on the experience of large-scale earthquake disasters, they advanced researches for the preservation, research utilization, and succession of the common historical heritages of local communities. Here we will look at the countermeasures against large-scale disasters. When a major disaster occurs, it is necessary to preserve two kinds of historical heritages. One is damaged historical material, like this that you see here. The other is disaster material which tell future generations the memories of the disaster. These are the materials from the disaster itself. For example, you see here, this is the brochure that was made by the volunteers for the foreigners, because there was nothing like this existing at the time of the disaster earlier. Also, as a photo on the left shows, let me go back a little bit. It should be noted that the residents of the community participated in the preservation and use of local historical materials during and after the disaster. These photos show how they saved the materials from the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake. The picture on the right shows young researchers collaborating with the residents who study their local history. Such cooperation promoted materials preservation significantly. What was most important in these instances were that relationship of trust were developed with the residents. And if you look at the photos on the left, you will see that seminars took place after the earthquake. They started these seminars to learn about the local history from the disaster material and revitalize the community. They have held the seminars for about 26 years, and they continue even at present. Furthermore, if the historical documents are damaged by water, it is important to dry them before they get covered with mold. Remarkably, many citizen volunteers have participated in these activities. After the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake, those historical culture people involved in the historical culture who were involved carried out various support activities at the time of major disaster since then. In this way, now Japan has many organizations that preserve local historical materials after disaster. Researchers and humanities and museums are the organizers. We call these organizations Shiryo nets. Last 10 years, their activities have made great progress. 13 organizations were formed in the 16 years between Hanshin Awaji earthquake in Kobe and the Great East Japan earthquake. And since 2011, the number have expanded rapidly, and it has reached 30 as of March 2021. So there is a rapid expansion of these Shiryo nets. Local Shiryo nets focus on the preservation of the undesignated historical materials after a big earthquake or flood. Not only researchers, museum curators, and archivists, but also local government officials and mass media came to know about these activities. In addition, collaboration with ShiryoNet is sometimes included in prefectural disaster management plans. This was something that was unimaginable when I started these kind of activities after the Hanshin Awaji earthquake 27 years ago. In the area that was devastated in 2011 after the Great East Japan earthquake, they carefully collected the photographs and belongings of the deceased people. They also preserved some historical symbols of the community and tools for folk art. After the massive landslide in Hiroshima in 2014, the Hiroshima Prefectural Archives preserved photographs together with local high school students. Such initiatives have become widespread, and more citizens are now participating in these activities.
In February 2015, based on the cooperation experience in the wake of Great East Japan earthquake, ShiryoNet groups held the first national ShiryoNet exchange meeting in Kobe. At this meeting, Kobe Declaration for the Conservation and Succession of Local Historical Heritage was adopted with an aim to having expert citizens and the local and central governments and other organizations cooperate to respond to a large-scale natural disaster. And thereafter, they are having exchange meetings every year. In February 2022, the 8th exchange meeting was held virtually due to COVID-19. The exchange meeting has two roles: to analyze and share the results of their activities in the event of disaster, and to promote exchanges to support each other's activities nationwide. In conjunction with the meeting, training sessions are also held to teach each other techniques for preserving historical materials and to how to carry out activities that were supporting the nationwide activities of ShiryoNets. Agency for Cultural Affairs and the National Institute for Cultural Heritage are also working to design new systems. This indicates that since the Great East Japan earthquake, public organizations have recognized the preservation of historical materials in the event of large-scale disaster as an important issue, and there has been a growing movement to bring together a wider variety of history and culture stakeholders. After the Great East Japan earthquake, the Rescue Committee for the disaster-affected cultural properties by East Japan earthquake was organized by the National Institutes for Cultural Heritage and 13 other cultural and art organizations, and ShiroNet was one of them. It facilitated networking with stakeholders. Based on this experience, the Cultural Heritage Disaster Mitigation Network project was launched in July 2014. Furthermore, in October 2020, the National Institute for Cultural Heritage established the Cultural Heritage Disaster Risk Management Center as a permanent entity with the mission of reducing damage to cultural properties, creating systems and developing technologies for the rapid rescue of damaged cultural properties, and supporting relief activities when disaster happens. The center is cooperating with the Cultural Heritage Disaster Prevention Network of 25 organizations, which was formed on the basis of collaboration. This was not limited to Japan. In 2017, curators at the National Museum of Taiwan History collected the personal properties of the victims from the collapsed apartment buildings where more than 100 died of southern Taiwan earthquake occurred in a year before, and restored them, those items that relates to the memory of the deceased, before returning them to the bereaved families. And the process itself was made into an exhibition at the museum. Behind this was Japan's disaster relief activities and exchanges with the National Museum of Japanese History. Safeguarding and passing to the next generation of the regional historical material has widely understood to be valuable among Japanese citizens, and similar activities are happening internationally. I think these are the most important changes during the past decade. From our practical research, it has become clear that the historical materials left behind in the region have an important role to play in the reconstruction of the region. The 4 points are as follows, are important, that they are symbols of the history and culture that has supported the region, and they can encourage local residents when disaster hit, and they are the foundation of the local history and culture. And thirdly, they bring together disaster victims and supporters through the collective preservation and utilization projects. And fourthly, they pass on the memories of large-scale disaster to help create disaster-resilient culture. Our approach to local historical material is also discussed internationally as an important issue during and after a large-scale disaster. The third UN World Conference on Disaster Reduction held in Sendai in 2015 pointed out the importance of more people-centered preventive approach to disaster risk for building back better, during which process experts evaluated cultural heritage in a new way. As a cultural heritage sector meeting organized by ICROM, reports were made that the diverse cultural heritage of local communities can help an important role of prevention of and recovery from disasters, and that not only what we call variable cultural asset, but also all the heritages are important. As mentioned earlier, in areas affected by large-scale disasters, local historical heritage provides a cultural foundation for the affected people when rebuilding their own communities. In this sense, heritage encourages disaster-affected people culturally. In everyday life, local historical heritage is an irreplaceable part of the community that passes on the memories of the community to the next generation, and its historical value is further enhanced as it is passed on. The movement to preserve and utilize local historical material as local heritage to be handed down to the future, led by local residents, will expand the concept of cultural heritage in Japan. After the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake, the importance of undesignated local cultural heritage began to be recognized by the government. In July 2004, the Cabinet Office published a report by study group on protecting cultural heritages and communities from disasters. It was a member of committee, and actually I was a member of the committee, and what report proposed was a new idea. Cultural heritage that need to be safeguarded shall not include only cultural asset prescribed by law, but also spatial objects such as historical landscape and townscapes in a broader sense. If something is recognized as core of the region, it doesn't have to be inscribed World Heritage. So the concept is now translated into concrete policy for the preservation and utilization of historical and cultural heritage. Following the revision of the law for the protection of cultural properties in 2019, municipal governments are now working on investigating and formulating of the regional plan for the preservation and utilization of the local cultural properties. I think the whole of the community initiative will be needed, but because of the COVID-19, it has become quite difficult to have good secure talents. But full-time curators working in the local governments are very few, and many of them don't have job security either. So finally, in relation to this point, I would like to touch on developments in the area affected by Great East Japan earthquake. Around the time of 10th anniversary of the earthquake, the transmission of memories has begun to materialize in the form of establishing museums. In the area affected by nuclear disaster, Great East Japan Earthquake and Nuclear Disaster Legacy Museum opened in 2020, and furthermore, Tomioka Archive Museum in Tomioka-cho, Fukushima Prefecture, which opened on July 11, 2021, emphasizes the role of an archive and places nuclear disaster in the context of history. I think this can be a test for the future local museums. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Okumura, for those remarks. It seems to me that Professor Okumura's speech helps me to understand a lot more about why Japan is so invested in disaster risk reduction. The very geology of the country has resulted in all sorts of accidents, including earthquakes. And somehow those have given rise to the culture of emergency preparedness that we see. And also, it becomes documented systematically as part of a national research effort, which more or less started in 1995, according to his address. What's also important from his remarks, for me at least, is that the focus is not only on the damaged material, it is also on the disaster material itself and its capacity to generate memory for communities as they remember their rescue efforts. And that itself has engendered a sense of community involvement and of community empowerment. What I found fascinating in Professor Okumura's speech is also the fact that all this has given rise to multiple organizations at the community level to preserve cultural heritage. Although, of course, these tend to be organized around archives, museums, and so on and so forth. And also, by extension, the involvement of the media, which has itself given rise to the levels of public awareness that seem to be evident in Japan. And in the final analysis, then, all these have given rise to this sense of reconstructive spirit and resilience that is evident not only in the fact that Japan is co-hosting this global policy forum, but the fact that it has given support to UNESCO across all programs to deal with issues of disaster risk reduction and management. Well, as you'll have seen, we are shifting gear. We are going into thematic sessions. And so may I ask the 5 presenters for the first session to take up their positions on the podium. I'll join them as well. So thank you very much, everybody. This first session focuses on disaster risk, consolidating the gains in policy development and capacity building to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk. And the focus obviously is on international cooperation. The idea there is to learn from lessons learned, not only within the framework of Japan, but also within the framework of other countries. I am privileged to have 5 experts here to speak to that particular topic. I will just introduce them briefly. So I have Ms. Ana Ribeiro, who is the Vice-minister of Education and Culture of Uruguay. She's also the president of the National Commission of Uruguay for UNESCO, a member of the World Committee for Latin America and the Caribbean, MOLAC. I also have Ms. Emily Lumas Garnier, who is a board member of Blue Shield International, chair of the International Council on Archives Expert Group on Emergency Management and Disaster Preparedness. Next, I have Ms. Esther de Bruyn, who is the head of the Sustainability Unit, Preservation Services, Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage in Belgium. Followed by Mr. Kiramoto Asanobu, who is the director of the Center for Open Data in the Humanities, the Joint Support Center for Data Science Research, a research organization of information and systems. And last but not the least, I have Mr. Kwibe Kim, who is the chairperson of the Member of the World Committee for the Asia-Pacific region. Now, for for all those that are following us online, as I said in my opening remarks, you will have an opportunity to participate in this session, and all you have to do is use the Q&A functionality. Colleagues of mine will take down your questions, which I will pose to the panelists on your behalf. Talking about online participants, let me recognize the fact that we have some members of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World Program online as well. And I would like to recognize the participation of the chairperson of the International Advisory Committee, Dr. Abdallah Al-Resi as well. Well then, to begin, we will hear from Ms. Esther de Bruin, and she is going to address us on the specific experience of a project that she's been working on with respect to this issue. And so I would like to hand over to her so that she can shed light on the recent good practices in evidence in as far as the crisis project is concerned. Over to you, Estelle.
Thank you, Mr. Banda. Estelle de Bruin from the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage in Belgium, KIGIRPA in short. 2018, a fire broke out at the National Rio de Janeiro Museum. In a single night, 200 years of memory, 200 years of heritage, of education, of science have been lost forever. 1 year later, the fire at Notre-Dame de Paris has been a shock for the worldwide community. Earthquake, landslides are also a threat for cultural heritage. On the picture, you can see what is left from the Cologne archives, which collapsed in 2009. I could have also used some picture from Japan. And now, flooding. This picture has been taken last year after the 2021 flood that hit Western Europe. It represents a depot archives in Belgium. Since always, heritage, memory institutions have faced disasters and crises. But it is important to recall that the effects of global warming that we are witnessing now have an impact on the frequency and intensity of those disasters and crises. The facts and figures that you can see on the dia are also quite important to recall. Per year, worldwide, those disasters and crises represent 70,000 human losses, 300 billion euro or US dollar of damage. We are living in a period of crisis that also affects cultural heritage. We have witnessed it through the COVID-19 pandemic, with the effect of global warming, through the humanitarian, energy and financial crisis we are now facing due to the war in Ukraine. In 2021, the European floods that hit Western Europe have been made more than 200 human losses and represent 43 billion euro for recovery of insured assets. And it's only about the insured assets that we talk now. When we know that €1 invested in calamity preparedness strategies can save between 4 and 7 euro of repair, it is clear that we should invest in those strategies. And this is what we do at KIGIRPA, internally within our institute, but also the advice that we give at the national level. Within my institute, there are 4 departments: the support services, the conservation department, the laboratories, and the documentation department that work hand in hand. My unit, the sustainability unit, helps the institute to become an example in the field of crisis management and sustainability, but we also offer advices at the national level. Our approach is the following. So we help implement measures for preventing disasters such as floods, fire, to reduce the negative consequence of such disaster on the people, of course, first, because it is the priority, but also on the heritage, which is defined by the institution itself. It can be collections, documentation, heritage, scientific equipment, the activities of the institution, digital data. And we have some projects on several levels, internally within our institute, but also within the scientific policy department at the federal level with 10 federal institutions in Belgium. Nationally, I will come back to that later, and we would like also to be more present internationally, so that's why I'm also very glad to be here today. Now, a concrete example, Crisis, the Crisis Project, Cultural Heritage in Crisis, is a 2-year project that began in 2022 and that have been developed just right after the flooding that hit Belgium and Western Europe. You can see on the map here the red areas that were impacted in Belgium by the flood. For us, it has been an unprecedented situation. For the National Crisis Center, for the heritage sector, we didn't know what to do at that time. You can see some picture of the flooding on the dia. So you can see the level of the water in front of an important church in Verviers. In the middle, the entrance of an exhibition room of the Archaeological Museum. And then the state of storage area from the Wallonia region, which has been hit twice by the floods. Right after the flooding, we have been personally contacted, my institute, by colleagues that have been affected by the flood. At that time, there were no procedures, no regional nor national strategy to react to those kind of disaster. So what we have done at Kikirpa is that we developed and coordinated a crisis committee. We went also on site for some intervention and we provided advices. You can see here the logos of the 14 institutions that compose the crisis committee. Why 14 institutions? Is because in Belgium, unfortunately, heritage is a very fragmented matter, so you need all those actors just to tackle a problem that affects Walloon heritage. It would have been even bigger if it was a national disaster. And you can also see the picture of my colleagues within Roland Gosselin and Françoise Collange, who coordinated this crisis committee. This committee made the situation overview. For that, we received help from ICROM, because at that time, it was also very difficult for us to understand what the situation was. We couldn't get to the areas that have been impacted, and we didn't receive any information from the National Crisis Center because, of course, they were busy with the safeguarding of people. We organized, thanks to the Blue Shield Belgium activities, the on-site response with volunteers. We found also a solution to ensure those volunteers who were going on-site. We organized a fundraising campaign and aligned the communication strategy. According to our data, more than 250 cultural sites have been impacted by the floods. You can see on the dia some picture of the on-site interventions. Even if this crisis has been a very challenging and very difficult period for us, it also helped us understand, highlight key problematics that we are facing in Belgium. In general, we lack a disaster management mindset in the field of heritage. There is no coordination between all the actors, all the heritage actors, little knowledge of existing methodologies and resources, and at the national level, no integration of the heritage component into the rescue services strategies. In short, we need a transversal disaster strategy for cultural heritage, and that's what we are trying to do with the crisis project. I like to show this picture because this represents the state of one of the churches that were affected by the flood. We are now 1.5 years later, and we have to remind politics that heritage has its own temporality. It's not like a house that you can rebuild. You have to assess the damage, you have to analyze it, and develop specific treatment protocol. So it takes years for heritage to recover from a disaster. Within crisis, what will we do and what do we do now? Kikirpa still continues to federate crisis management initiatives. We also develop treatment protocols by typology of objects, by monuments, to help the field recover from the mud damage. We centralize all the documentation about the crisis, and then in collaboration with key players such as Blue Shield Belgium, the National Crisis Center, we will draft a post-analysis and recommendation report to be better prepared when the next disaster will hit. Crisis, it is also 1.1 million euro that we received from the federal state and a lot of media attention. Now some lessons learned from this project that I hope can be maybe also inspirational for Belgium and abroad. In Belgium, it is clear that we need to structure ourselves. We have seen that national institutes such as Blue Shield Belgium and Kikirpa should play a coordination role before, during, and after a disaster. Blue Shield has been proved to be a very efficient ally in terms of intervention and recovery actions, while Kikirpa has more expertise in terms of prevention and preparedness. Working together and hand in hand with the National Crisis Center and with the heritage sector, we hope to be the link between all those actors to be better prepared and to better take action if a new disaster strikes. One example of this collaboration is the disintervention exercise that took place 1 month ago at the Folon Foundation. For the first time in Belgium, an exercise has been organized within a cultural institution, within a memory institution, by the local authority. And you can see on the picture some firemen, the police, but also Blue Shield volunteers who work together to evacuate fake artworks from the Folon Foundation. We are also exploring ways to develop this kind of container with dedicated material for the intervention to take action if a disaster strikes in an institution. So it's specific material for the recovery of heritage. This picture comes from Switzerland. They have such a container which is managed by the civil protection, but it also exists in France and Germany. And finally, and maybe something which is, of course, it's something which is very important. And I was also happy to see that in Japan, you are busy with that since years now. We want to involve more the communities in the protection of cultural heritage through games, participatory game. So you can see on the picture the Insight game, which has been designed by ICROM. It's a way to engage local community in the definition of heritage within their area, to better understand the risk that threaten this heritage, and also to give some inspiration for the citizens if they want to be more active in terms of heritage protection. So now, as conclusion, how can we move forward? Within Belgium, all the support organizations for cultural heritage, so my institute, Kikirpa, but also the Blue Shield Belgium, we should continue to work together towards a transversal disaster management strategy. And we also feel that we should improve, provide trainings in terms of crisis management. Raise political awareness is also an essential point, such as engaging communities. The memory or cultural institution should first of all develop an internal emergency plan. And they are also very active with engaging communities, but maybe they can also broaden this engagement to the protection of cultural heritage. Finally, governmental institutions should also integrate cultural heritage into the crisis management mechanism. Because we safeguard, we protect heritage for the people, it's our memory, our identity, and heritage can also play a role in population recovery after a disaster. So it should be better protected. Thank you, to the organizers, also for the invitation, and I'm happy to take any question that you might have.
Thank you so much, Estelle. Before we open, this up, I do have a question to pose to the other panelists, starting with Emily. Based on this presentation, which is about Belgium, Europe, perhaps, what do you think are the key factors for the success of an initiative like this, if it is replicated in least developed countries, small island developing states, and so on and so forth, which may not necessarily be represented here? How do you extrapolate the lessons learned here to that?
One way is, as you're replicating these interventions, is to be able to train trainers. Because as we see both in Belgium and also in the United States has a national heritage responders that are available to go out to help people in what to do. They actually have what they call an incident command. So those that are being sent out or being deployed know how to help someone that is in crisis. And I think that our role in training is to train trainers so that we can replicate. By doing it and seeing the example in Belgium, it allows us to then continue to grow those networks and to continue to replicate that in different sites in the Caribbean and in other nations, as you suggested.
Thank you. And any other panelists, apart from Estelle, that would like to respond to my question, if at all? Okay, let's proceed to the next presenter. Bear in mind that we'll come back to the on-site participants as well as those online after the conclusion of the presentations. And so now let's move on to a rather different perspective. The use of artificial intelligence and open science in the preservation and possibly also the accessibility of documentary heritage. And to help us with that is Mr. Asanobu Kitamoto. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Konnichiwa, good morning. So my name is Asanobu Kitamoto from Center for Open Data in the Humanities. So I would like to talk about AI and open science for deeper access and narrow gap to documentary heritage. Okay. So first, I'd like to introduce some of the projects that I'm working in the field of documentary heritage and natural disaster. So the first project is Digital Silk Road. It actually started in 2001 as a joint research program with UNESCO. And the purpose of the Digital Silk Road is to archive documentary heritage about Silk Road, including the 20th century expeditions from Europe and also the photograph and geographic information about this Silk Road. So in this project, we also worked on the post-disaster reconstruction of the cultural heritage in Iran, BAM, which was completely destroyed by the earthquake in 2003. So after the earthquake, we tried to reconstruct this massive buildings using 3D modeling. And the problem that we had in this project is that it was difficult to collect the pre-earthquake documentary heritage, like accurate measurement or so on. So we asked citizens in the group to donate, to give us the photograph that was taken before the disaster. And we tried to build this, build a 3D model like this with a collaboration with Dr. Elham Andarudi in the University of Tehran. So we learned that it is very important to collect the pre-earthquake, pre-disaster documentary heritage. And another project is Digital Typhoon, which is to improve the accessibility to historical scientific data. And a lot of people are talking about climate change and disaster reduction during this conference. And the scientific data is crucial for understanding climate change and disaster reduction. And so, well, these are one of the very old documentary heritage about the weather, which is dates back to 1879, which is the weather ledger, and also the 1883 weather chart. So these are very important to understand the past weather disasters and prepare for the future disasters. So we're also archiving this kind of scientific data for other documentary heritage for climate change. And the third project is Royce Diaz Center for Open Data in the Humanities, which is, I'm the director of this center now. And this center is advancing data-driven research on Japanese documentary heritage, which is a collaboration with National Institute of Japanese Literature. And they are digitizing 300,000 Japanese old books and release it as open data. So we now enter the big data era of Japanese culture. So we would like to use this documentary heritage to understand the Japanese culture in the past, including the disaster in the past. And we are working on technological aspect of the cultural heritage. And one of the technology that is very important for memory institutions in particular is IIIF, International Image Interoperability Framework. It is used for the delivery of documentary heritage images to the world in an interoperable way. And we are developing a software called the IIIF Creation Platform. And this is unique functionality of this platform is that you can crop a part of the image and create a unique collection of the part of image, like faces from the Japanese artworks. So using this kind of software, we can crop a part of the documentary heritage and create a unique collection from the original documents. So using these results, we would like to propose that those two agendas that may be important for the to dealing with a natural disaster and documentary heritage. And the first agenda is a deeper access. So using IIIF and other technologies, we improve the accessibility to digital images. So you can access to digital images and see it. But there is a problem in the accessibility because the accessibility to the content of digital images is still not sufficient. So, for example, in the Japanese culture heritage, we digitize many old books, like 300,000 books, but it is written in old characters, so citizens cannot read it. So even if they can see it, they cannot understand what is written. So we propose that AI can help it. AI analyzes content to help citizens explore documentary heritage. So one example is our mobile app called Mio. And as I said, we use kuzushiji, which is an old Japanese cursive script. And it is used for more than 1,000 years until around 1900. So it has been used until about 100 years ago, but now only 0.01% of Japanese people can fluently read it. So it is like something is written, but we don't know what is written. So we developed AI OCR technology for Kuzushiji, and also developed a mobile app called Miwo, which is shown on the right side, and to democratize the technology to citizens. So if you have a mobile phone, you can use the technology anytime or any place and easily understand what is written using the modern Japanese characters. So it is a collaboration with Dr. Tarin Kalanwat at Google Research, who is in this venue now. So using this app, you can also study the old books about disasters. So look at these figures, and if you use the Mio app, then you can transcribe these old characters and see what is written in using a modern Japanese. And with these characters, all Japanese people can read this. And it is interesting to see that the left-hand side, the book says that if you have one disaster, you would have the second one. And actually, yeah, in 1855, there was a big disaster, a big earthquake in Edo City here, and also the next year, they had a big typhoon that destroyed many buildings. So at the right side, it shows how the city was destroyed by the earthquake and after the big fire. So we can learn what has happened in the city about 150 years ago, and then we can learn that how to prepare for these disasters. And so that is how we could use the AI technology to learn about disasters. And after transcription, we can also have deeper access into the content by analyzing the text, like markup that place name, and then visualize the damage by the earthquake on the map. So this is a collaboration with a collaborator, Dr. Yuta Hashimoto in National Museum of Japanese History, and they built this kind of platform to visualize the damage of the earthquake happened in 1855. So it was overlaid on the modern map. So we move on to the next agenda, the narrower gap. So we improved accessibility, but I think citizens need personal experience to interact with the documentary heritage. So it's just not reading passively the documentary heritage, but how to interact with the documentary heritage. So I think that is the challenge. So we developed a mobile app to narrow the gap between the documentary heritage and the real world. And also, with open science is a concept to do the research with the concept of openness. And so citizens can join the activities to enrich the content, and that is also another step to introduce here. So we developed a mobile app called Memory Graph. So it is a new photographic technique to create a layer of memories. So the idea is very simple. You overlay old photograph on the viewfinder of a mobile phone camera. So, and if you go to the site of the old photograph, then you can just see the current landscape through the viewfinder and then overlay the old photograph with the current landscape. And then try to find the best place to find the best match. So we also provide a list of projects to share old photos and find the location together with the citizens. So this is an example of the activity that we had in 2014 at Aceh, Indonesia, with a collaboration with Professor Yoshimi Nishi at Kyoto University. So it's like, as you know, that there was a big tsunami disaster in Aceh in 2004, and after 10 years, we asked citizens to take a photograph at the same location after 10 years. And using that, we can compare how the landscape has changed in 10 years, directly overlaying the two photographs. So using this, citizens can go to, yes, this is an example of in 9 years. So it's like citizens walk around the town and see where the photo was taken. And this is another example that 20 years after Great Awaji earthquake in 1995. So this is a photograph just after the earthquake. And then we go to the site and take a photograph and create a before and after photograph. And then you can see that the left side building was completely changed, but the right-hand side, they tried to preserve the original shape. And also the people from Aceh, Indonesia, to go to this place to learn about disaster. And also, it is interesting that the child enjoyed this activity very much because they really like smartphones, so they really enjoyed taking the app. So this is we call this activity memory hunting because memory graph, using a memory graph, you try to hunt the place of the photograph. And it's interesting that this activity is that it seems to be easy, but it is actually not easy because we need to understand what has changed and what hasn't changed in the real world in the passage of time. And after taking the photograph of the same place and same direction, it not only means that you can superimpose the landscape and photograph, but it also means that you're standing at the same position and take the same posture of the original photographer. So it's like not a superimposition of the photograph, but superimposition of the body. And then you can feel what the emotion of the original photographer. So it's like interacting through the interaction, you can narrow the gap between the distance between documentary heritage and the real world and the people. So this is the final diagram, the final slide. So so of course, improving the accessibility of documentary heritage to citizens is also important. And for that purpose, we can use AI to realize a deeper access to the documentary heritage. But also we try to introduce interaction between the citizens and the documentary heritage to narrow the gap between them. And then it's like it is leading to the open science. And so to realize this goal, we need the capacity to build IT tools and data sets to interact with documentary heritage because we need two data sets and digital data and also digital tools like mobile app to do this. And after that, we can learn from past disasters and prepare for the future disasters. So these are the websites that I introduced today in today's talk. So thank you very much.
Fascinating. Thank you, Asanobu, for that presentation. Can I put Estelle on the spot with a question? So how can we, or rather, how can the deep learning potential of artificial intelligence and the promise of open science be used as a force for preserving and accessing documentary heritage based on this presentation and your own assessment overall?
Thank you for the question. Well, what I found very inspiring in your presentation, Mr. Kitamoto, is the fact that you use AI to find out some information from archives, so from documents that are existing, and you use that to build on a database on past historical disasters that can also support risk evaluation today. But what I also found very interesting is the way that you use AI to engage population or to reconnect sometimes population with the heritage which is still existing today using this application. So thank you for sharing with us those very inspiring ways.
Thank you, Estelle. Anybody else with an observation or two on the presentation? Okay, so let's move on then to Mr. Kwibe Kim, who is going to help us by outlining his case for regional cooperation in the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to make a presentation on MOCAP's activities on this important forum. Since I have a very limited time, I would like to briefly introduce the MOCAP's activities and mention some further way in which the MOCAP hopes to contribute the preservation of and access to the documentary heritage in the Asia-Pacific. And floods and fires and storms and earthquakes, but a few natural disasters that endangers our heritage. Heat and humid, dust and salt laden the atmosphere equally contribute to losses, particularly in the tropical countries. But armed conflicts and destruction by the humans are also critical threat to the preservation of documentary heritage. There are a number of other challenges for the documentary heritage in the Asia-Pacific regions. Many countries in the region face difficulties in preserving their heritage as a result of lack of budget, technological capacities. Technological and financial difficulties also make it harder for many countries in the region to provide access to collections with the digitization of documentary heritage and adoption of new technology being costly and requiring extensive training and equipment. The MOCAP, also COVID pandemic has brought further difficulties in terms of finance and access, making even clearer that the preserving the valuable heritage of humankind cannot be done through the efforts of one country alone. In this regard, it is of paramount importance to strengthen the international cooperation to safeguard the documentary heritage. The MOCAP was founded in 1998 in Beijing, in China, has worked ever since to strengthen the international cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. It composed of the UNESCO National MOW Committee in the member states in the Asia-Pacific, represented by their appointed delegates. As of today, 2022, 21 out of 43 countries in the Asia-Pacific have active MOW committee, while a number of other national committees are in the process of implementations. MOCAP general meetings convened every 2 years assess the policies and activities of MOCAP. This year's MOCAP general meeting will be held from the November 24th to 27th in Andong City in the Republic of Korea. That means this week. It will be held in hybrid format, combining to face-to-face and online meetings, and we expect about 120 people will attend from Korea and other countries. There is a busy agenda to be dealt with at this year's meetings, including revision of MOCAP rules of procedures, reviews of reports from the MOW national committees, and decision on nomination for inscription on the regional register. This year, MOCAP Secretary Office moved and is now based on the Korea Studies Institution in Andong, South Korea. The partnership with the KSI provides a financial and human resources support to MOCAP for the activities, project, office functions, etc. Since KSI also operates the Documentary Heritage Knowledge Center, we expect to further synergy as a relationship develops. The year 2015 was very special for the MOCAP since it was the start of a partnership with the Asia Culture Center, ACC for short. MOCAP's Secretary Office was based at the Asia Culture Center between 2015 and 2022. And with a stable financial resources provided by ACC, we were able to develop various cooperation projects such as website, academic conference, MOCAP exhibition, and various publications. I'm particularly proud of the contribution that the grant program sponsored by ACC has made, helping many NGOs, institutions in their work to preserve documentary heritage in the region. The program focused on the safeguarding and sharing precious record memories that are at risk of damage, including films, documentaries, containing the unique culture and identity of Asia and Pacific. So far, 44 projects have been sponsored by this program. Grants can be for the preservation of materials, digitizations, exhibitions, publications, works, training programs, and more. This is a way we hope to encourage more engagement in the MOCAP program for projects and activities in addition to previous focus on the MOW register. For instance, MOCAP provides support to digitization of the human vehicle newspaper. It's about 1992 or around of Mongolia, uploading the digitized newspaper online. We also support the preservation of physical copies of human vehicle newspaper and updating the storage condition for preserving in Mongolia. The 2018, the grants support Timor Aid, Museum de Katulen Basel, and Dr. Joanna Bachmann to provide access to a significant collection of photographs, audiovisual materials relating to history of Timor-Leste via searchable database. The Asia-Pacific region has engaged actively with the UNESCO Memory World Program with many items of documentary heritage from the region being inscribed on the program's international, regional, national registers. Of the 432 inscriptions on the international register, 99 are from the Asia-Pacific, while MOCAP regional register now has 56 inscriptions. Since UNESCO now is resumed the registration process for the MOW International Register, MOCAP has also reopened the regional register. Nominations are not as popular as they used to be, probably part of the result of lack of publicity during the pandemic. So now from now on, we plan to increase our publicity of the MOW program. MOCAP operates a searchable database of all MOW inscriptions from Asia-Pacific. Anyone can search by keywords, repository, and country, or via the interactive maps. MOCAP has also worked with the UNESCO office in Bangkok to develop 2 publications focusing on the inscription from the regional register and inscription from the Asia-Pacific region on the international register. They can be accessed for the free online via MOCAP website. The MOW State of Preservation Report to 2020 for Southeast Asia, I heard it's sponsored by the Japanese Funding Trust. Reporting a survey conducted by the UNESCO Bangkok office revealed very interesting findings. In relation to preservation, the report concludes that the UNESCO MOCAP should work with stakeholders and private sector to mobilize funds and collaboration to alleviate serious concerns related to the effect that environment and tropical weather in the region. The report also recommends that the training should be developed to help address the management, preservation, disaster risk issues, as well as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Regarding the access, the report suggests that the financial and technical support is needed to ensure that all the MOW collections are digitized and made available for the public in line with the 2015 UNESCO recommendation on documentary heritage. Following these findings, MOCAP will make every effort to enlarge the grant program to support the member states in the region that need financial and technical support. Additionally, with the support of the Korean Studies Institute, we are planning to hold an annual capacity building workshop on preservation and utilization of documentary heritage. MOW registers are still crucial awareness-raising tools to highlight the importance of documentary heritage, especially to government policymakers. They draw attention to need adequate funding to ensure that the documentary heritage is preserved and accessible. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier, MOCAP will be increasing publicity effort to increase the visibility of the MOCAP program through the MOCAP registers. The MOW regional register have a real importance as a tool for the enhancing international cooperation to develop MOW programs as facilitators for the promotion of understanding and dialogue across the culture. MOCAP will continue its effort to contribute in this way. Thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you ever so much, Kwibe. I would like to pose a question to Anna. You are a member of MOLAC, Latin America and the Caribbean. What do you think are the key lessons that your regional committee can learn from the activities presented by Kim?
Well, I think that what's really most important is solidarity amongst territories that have diversity. In that sense, the Caribbean is very similar to the Asian context, many islands. It's a continental area that is very big, very vast, with a lot of cultural importance and a level of economic inequality. And sometimes the territories are not connected. And I believe that airlines are indeed a very good example. Sometimes you have to travel all over and to get from A to B because their networks have not been thought of properly. And technical cooperation is going through the same thing. Having attained and obtained that sort of communication and to establish a database of experts and technicians, technical experts on heritage and documentation and archives, it is indeed a lesson for Latin America that has similarities with other countries in terms of diversity. Thank you.
We have so far heard about best practices from around the world. The question now is, how do we learn from these experiences? How do they help us to consolidate gains in effective policy development and capacity building for the future? And so that's what we want to focus on with the next speakers. For starters, Anna will focus on policy development for preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage in Uruguay. And so let me take this opportunity to invite you to address us.
Thank you. Saludo a todos los presentes.
Well, good morning to you all. I come from Uruguay, a very small country between the very vast Argentina and the gigantic country of Brazil. We have 276,000 square kilometers and only 3 million inhabitants, and not more than that. We are a territory from the physical and landscape point of view, very old. So we don't have mountains. Well, they're slightly undulated mountains. And despite that seniority, we're a very young country, very young compared to the antiquities that we might be able to observe in Asia, and for which we are completely amazed. We had our first archive in 1827, and we're born into the world as an independent country in 1830, after a relative short period of time under which we were part of the Spanish colony, and we were one of the last colonies of Spain to be populated. The absence of river discounted, took away privileges and such as silver and gold. It was one of the attractions that our continent had to Spain. And Uruguayans thought that they were in the wrong because I was to be part of the natural disaster roundtable. And in Uruguay, we don't have hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes. And the biggest tragedy or natural disaster would be flooding, which are quite common in the continent of Latin America, but very rarely affect the written or documentary heritage or archives, because they are within the sphere of the state government or federal government. And we have a number of mechanisms, and we, together with floods, we have strong winds, and they're quite moderate in comparison to hurricanes that are present in Central and the Caribbean. And they never reach the same level of force in Uruguay. And, well, of course, certain risks to documentation. But when I went to prepare this presentation, I felt somewhat fearful to come and share with you that we do not participate or experience the same tragedy that has affected many other countries, including some of you who are present here today. We could say that we have institutional strengths. The government may neglect certain types of documentation from the very beginning, but we are cooperating and we are becoming part of the IBER archive program that Spain has expanded throughout Latin America and with which we provide a contention network in relation to the documentary challenges. But also we have a very modest access to technology in comparison to some of the things already mentioned here earlier on in terms of artificial intelligence and the use of documentary heritage. But we do have a use being held at the University of Uruguay, together with the support of the Ministry of Culture, which I represent, which is called ANAFRAS. And we are currently scanning and presenting digital copies of all the newspaper collections, the most important ones. And we have branches within this ANAFRAS program, within the National Library of Uruguay, within the National Archive, and also within the National Historical Museum. And with all that, we have a very important digital support that we take pride in. And so you obviously don't have problems. You might think, yes, we do. And the most significant problems are not to be presented within this session, but within the next one in terms of lack of interest, lack of knowledge, lack of technical preparation, lack of technical training, technicians that might be able to help those who are most senior. So, for example, ink blotting, that we call them in our country, ink spots that render a document illegible. And we have problems of humidity. We have ceilings that leak. And so this has to do more with political sphere than with natural disasters. But I did mention earlier on, my name is Anna. I come from Uruguay. But I have to share with you that I also come from Aruba, where the MOLAC meeting took place for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was invited by its vice president. I'm here on behalf of MOLAC to tell you what's happening with the rest of the continent with which we're part of. And there, indeed, I was very tempted to write a very list of names, most of them females. And that's the name of the hurricanes that took place that have severely affected the Caribbean. And needless to say, I should only mention two names that you will automatically identify and connect it to very significant tragedies, Irma being one, and the other one was Katrina. And that has affected the Caribbean islands, and that has a problem of airline connections that I referred to earlier on. And there is an incredible difficulty to reach the nearest island. Sometimes it's easier to travel to Europe within the continental areas. There is a program which seeks to redress this issue, and there is indeed a notion that when you're helping within a tragedy, as much as you save lives, which is the first priority, there are animals that are being saved as well, which are very important as far as affection goes to their owners. But also you save buildings. And also there is assistance that may come their way as a first aid in terms of documentation. In Curacao, for example, at the port of Curacao, there is a huge ship that has one technical expert on board, which reaches the affected areas affected by natural disasters. as a cultural ambulance, so to speak. It's a very old, reconditioned vessel with experts and technicians, and they rescue and they dry documents. They teach how to rescue the documents, how to provide the first treatment for preservation purposes. Within the modesty levels of resources available in Latin America, where there is a great level of economic inequality and social and cultural inequality, this is a problem that is congenital to this continent that I represent here today. So facing these challenges has not been easy, and this is something that we take pride in terms of our responses. I'm talking about the Caribbean area, not for the rest of the continent, where the most significant problem is the floods, as well as the other disasters such as mudslides, volcanoes, eruptions, all of that, earthquakes. And so lack of connection is quite lethal, and to form networks of support are vital. The MO program has taught us a lot over the last 20 years that it's been present in Latin America, and it has rescued a list of importance for 191 plus the 19 that we have just approved in Aruba on the 15th to the 18th of this month, where I have just recently been. And within those 19 new documents, I shall mention 3 or 4 so you can have an idea as to what I mean by diversity. We have declared the entry into the list for the protection and the attention of cultural value, a dictionary that was drafted by the Jesuits and which was used for translation of that use the language of the Moxos, the Muxa language of Mexico. We have included a number of photographs and medical reports and documents of the last episode of yellow fever in Brazil in 1930 to 1940, at a time where we were undergoing the pandemics that hit the planet. For example, today, having those documents has been of extreme importance to see what were the movements, the resources available, and we've added other documents to the memory of the world coming from the dictatorships that took place in the 20th century that affected Latin America. And I could say that each and every one of those 19 documents are pretty much like that in terms of diversity and antiquity or seniority. We have documents that go back to the Mayan times and Aztec times and up until modernity in terms of events that have been linked to the dictatorships. Of course, we're very diverse and we have a lot to preserve and conserve. We have weak states. We have states that are not adequately funded. And even though when there are potential funding available, there is a level of inaction, disinterest, or lesser importance on the part of the political decision makers in terms of what a document might represent. We thought it was just only common to Latin America, but I can see that it could also happen also in this wonderful Japan, that sometimes politicians have other priorities to pursue, because politically it is very important, and other issues, whereas documentation can wait. But as you can see, documentation and restoration have their experts, but they're also limited by time, and they're not always the same. They have urgency that must be adhered to, otherwise it might end up in disaster. What have we done in terms of this context? MOVLAC has requested that I present this on their behalf, on behalf of the work undertaken by the people. I've only just joined MOVLAC, but they have told me with great pride and detail what they have done so far. Basically, what I wanted to share with you is mostly in terms of 2 major objectives. One, an observatory or an interactive platform in which we will include everything in this book has included the book that was launched during that meeting between the 15th to the 18th. There are 191 cultural heritage programs that Mo has protected, not the 19 that we've recently incorporated 3 or 4 days ago for obvious reasons. These will be loaded up online in that observatory or repository for everyone to see, and so that this phenomenon of didactic or educational reproduction can be achieved. And this is what makes the community proud, because it explains something that the community didn't know before, something beyond what librarians or technicians or experts know. And when we have the national celebration in my country over 2 days, people go and visit repositories, observatories, and museums. And this is what people go and see, the very latest protected by the Mo program, because they discover something they didn't know before. In Uruguay, for example, we have protected all records to do with tango, and the significant key ambassador of tango is Carlos Gardel. Well, many people didn't know that those original records, digital songs, can be heard, and they're already world heritage, and that we are protecting. So that platform, that interactive platform itself, will share news and all these cultural heritage duly documented, but it will also have, if you want, kind of a light system. It will register the risks to which documents outside the area of protection of MOLAC, but those within the indicative list, because often they're subject to political changes. Something that may have been protected during a certain political administration may not be protected later on, and therefore they may not have the necessary level of attention, or funds are not adequately provided. And so what MOLAC does is they light up a red light alert system, which alerts civil society, and therefore it triggers a number of resources which we believe can only be favorable. That interactive platform will be important. And we could say to you, and we take great pride in saying this, that the initiative has already been tested and will be operational from the month of April 2023. To be able to maintain it alive, this platform, and together with this alert system, we needed to undertake a survey, a questionnaire, that was quite perfect, that would contemplate this reality in Latin America, and particularly in relation to identify, as far as the experts were concerned, what were the conservation conditions that were required. It's a very long survey that took almost 2 years during the whole COVID pandemic to be finalized, and that includes all the MOLAC requirements. It was promoted and also adopted between the 15th and the 18th of this month, and will come into force the moment we launch this observatory or repository online, and this survey will be available. I shall cite one example for you to follow in detail. In Mexico, we found a record that when we asked what they thought was the greatest danger or risk over them was for a plane to fall down and destroy the record. But didn't you think of an earthquake first, or a typhoon? No, an airplane. Well, because the records were being held at a facility very close, or almost quite adjacent to an airport. Hence the reason. So this will be presented online and will be duly available as of 2023. We share this with great pride. We're not able to say that we have already undertaken a network of researchers in terms of archives and librarianship. We'd like to be able to say that, but we think that these resources soon will provide us with the attainment of these measures to preserve the culture and the diversity of our cultures in Latin America. Now, I shall strictly comply with the request by Rosa Gonzalez of the UNESCO Uruguay, and she has prepared this on behalf of MOLAC. It's a PowerPoint that I'd like to share with you. Would somebody please put up the PowerPoint presentation on the screen? And if you could pass on the pointer to me. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if I know how to operate this, but let me see. Well, I did say that I wasn't quite sure. I'll be very quick, I promise. So it's pretty much what I have just said, to share knowledge, share information, to see what the most significant changes to make more visible and accessible these treasures. Our observatory or repository has these objectives: to share knowledge, visualize, and to present this red alert light system. It's for the whole world. MOLAC, this is the interactive map. You can see the color code red alert system when it happens, and as it happens, it has a risk map for all the areas that have been where documentation archives have been identified, the red alert system that I referred to earlier on. And on behalf of Latin America and the Caribbean, I did say I was going to be brief, and I stuck to my word. So I would like to thank you very much for the time given to me, and I would like to sincerely thank the MO program for everything you have taught us over in this time, and especially for the government of Japan, which will fund our observatory with a great level of generosity and having been such wonderful hosts for our presence here today. Thank you once again to you all.
Thank you, Anna. You managed your time very well. Quibe, might I ask you a question based on the presentation by Anna? If you isolate a few aspects of our presentation, which ones would you identify as obstacles to effective policy development at the national level, as far as the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage is concerned?
Okay. Thank you, Benda. Actually, Madame Ana Ribero's presentation was very informative and insightful. Actually, I can fully understand the difficulties and the situation in Latin America. And also, I fully agree with your comments. Politicians has another priority rather than the documentary heritage. As noted her presentation, the great problems for documentary preservation drives from the lack of technological, financial, and human resources. In most cases, despite of the importance of documentary heritage has long been considered less important than historical monuments and historical sites in many countries. So I think the key and obstacle for the effective policy development of national level is the public awareness. As mentioned in my presentation, I believe the MOCAP programs plays a very effective role in solving this problem. By improving the public awareness, and more program will contribute to policy development that encourages policymakers and legislators to devote more budget and manpower to safeguard documentary heritage. In particular, the inscription on memory would register not only raise the profile of a particular item in the country, but also it acknowledges the importance of documentary heritage that can attract private and public funds for preservation work. I believe having the local heritage list serves to awaken national pride and also contribute to awareness of safeguarding documentary heritage. And we have to work hard to solve these kind of problems, and also that's why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kwibe. Our final presenter is going to focus on capacity development for memory institutions. Emily has done quite some work, in this area. She teaches these things, at university as well. But before she takes the floor, I just wanted to mention that in terms of capacity development, UNESCO piloted a survey which the Assistant Director General referred to in his welcome remarks. And that was a pilot, and now we are rolling out another survey at a more global level, if you will, to try to assess the preparedness of memory institutions in the face of disasters. And my colleague, Veronica, is coordinating that survey. I believe she sent out a questionnaire. So the point of my statement is to encourage you, if you have received such a questionnaire, to fill it in, because it will help us with information that we need to have targeted interventions for memory institutions. And so on that note, let me invite Emily to make her presentation.
Thank you. Whoops. And thank you to UNESCO for inviting me here, and to MEXT for supporting this endeavor. In every geographical area of the world, there are disasters created by human and nature. While each cultural heritage organization plans for the evacuation of buildings, protecting people and property, and the same care, however, and attention should be placed on the planning to safeguard the records and documentary heritage items that are in archives, libraries, and museums. If information and documentary heritage is an important asset, which we all believe there is, otherwise we wouldn't be here, the planning for the protection of this cultural patrimony is, prior to the disaster, is paramount. This intervention will focus on how developing and delivering 3 to 5 day training workshops enable facilitators and participants to work together, developing practical skills in risk assessment, mitigation, disaster plans, supply caches, disaster team planning, salvage priorities, collection management, response techniques, recovery efforts, and resources. Participants gain knowledge in the importance of safeguarding documentary heritage at risk through hands-on activities, pre-workshop building assessments, and simulated disaster scenarios. By the end of the training, attendees are able to formulate a basic disaster management plan and know the basic techniques for response and recovery. This intervention will be based on lessons learned during workshop trainings in Senegal in 2021, Australia in 2019, Suriname also in 2019, and the Caribbean islands in 2018, all supported by UNESCO. It will focus on the basics of these workshops and how they raise awareness and build capacity on preserving documentary heritage at memory institutions. But let me first tell you a little bit about myself and how I got into this field, and why these firsthand experiences are important to me as a workshop facilitator. I grew up in South Louisiana in the United States, where hurricanes can destroy large areas of land and communities. My father is a retired meteorologist and hurricane expert, so you might say I grew up knowing about hurricanes and preparing for natural disasters as a young child. This is a common practice in Louisiana, but climate change has changed the way the storms have increased in strength and the damage that we see. In 2005, and Anna has already mentioned, we had Hurricane Katrina, which wreaked havoc on New Orleans, and we were without electricity or water for many, many months. 80% of the city flooded, and families evacuated the area. Actually, this sign that I have up here was posted on my house by emergency management personnel, and each quadrant has a significant meaning. The top, which says 9/10, was September 10th, that they went into my home. CA was 3 was the team, and the zeros denote that there was no hazards on one and that there were no deceased people in my house. I was part of the response team for the archives of the Archdiocese of New Orleans, which encompassed a very large region. At that time, I had my childhood experience and my, and I'll put it in quotes, textbook experience from the university. With that knowledge and support of other colleagues, I put together a team to respond and recover the documentary heritage of multiple institutions. We gained access to freezer space and set up a conservation room to deal with wet records. We had to do this by hand. I became creative in our efforts to save records when the textbook solutions didn't work, because they used to tell us you had to have 3 days while it was wet or you couldn't recover it. We were receiving wet documents 4 months later and were able to recover the information. From there until now, I have honed my skills in risk management and disaster response, and I have also become a National Heritage Responder and trainer in the United States, as well as overseas. For the past 7 years, I have served as chair of the International Council on Archives, Emergency Management and Disaster Preparedness Expert Group. Why are my experiences important? Because I understand what people affected by disasters are going through. I also understand what it is like not to have energy or electricity and water for long periods of time. We think in the United States that it's a very resourced country, but I understand very well for under-resourced countries what that is like, because we were in that for a very long period of time. Because I understand what the people affected by the disasters are going through, I am able to understand their worry for their heritage, and I understand how protecting cultural heritage and documentary heritage at memory institutions is at the core of every community. As I indicated in my opening remarks, I have had the privilege of working on UNESCO projects in Senegal, Suriname, the Caribbean islands, Australia, and also one that I failed to mention was Costa Rica, where we wrote a program to help volunteers. On-site training workshops have lasted from 1 day to 5 days, with participants coming from across the region or continent. The trainings normally consist of the following learning objectives: explain the importance of documentary heritage, to articulate key concepts and basic terminology in emergency management and disaster response, to summarize the impact of certain local and regional threats to collections, prioritize collections and apply response and salvage techniques to wet materials, to use the tools and technologies during the preparation for, response to, and recovery from disasters that threaten documentary heritage material, conduct a risk assessment and summarize ways to minimize potential risk, develop a framework for a disaster management plan, and to write or update a disaster plan. That's a lot to cover in 5 days, but we manage. Days are divided into 3 or 4 sessions, with each day having a theme. For example, raising awareness, salvage techniques, risk assessments, team building, and writing a disaster plan. If training is a 5-day course, participants may visit cultural heritage institutions and conduct on-site risk assessments. Teams of participants are assigned to certain sites to conduct assessments and share their findings. By visiting other locations, Participants gain knowledge in how other documentary heritage collections and memory institutions organize and protect their holdings. Seeing a site is often more beneficial than just hearing about it. However, if site visits are not possible, participants may receive pre-workshop material, which includes a building assessment summary report of the memory institution where the participants work. So they have to actually do some work beforehand. Each participant is asked to read the assessment, the risk assessment overview material, describe the memory institution, and summarize their findings. A preservation audit checklist is also provided for the participant to fill out. Each participant is encouraged to add photographs of the memory institution and to then report on this to the on-site to the training workshop itself. The pre-workshop exercise is discussed, and then this guides participants in having the necessary documents and skills to assess memory institutions, archival environments, and buildings when on-site visits are not possible. As part of the on-site training, participants join in hands-on wet exercises, and if you've never dealt with wet records, doing it when the disaster has happened is not the best time to learn. These exercises give participants the opportunity to work with wet documents, maps, photographs, books, audio cassettes, audiovisual tapes, CDs, discs, and other materials. By doing these exercises, participants become familiar with the best practices and are able to reenact the procedures when disaster strikes at their institutions. Participants also work in groups on planning activities, discussing needed supplies, and working through problem-solving case scenarios. By doing these activities, participants understand the roles that individuals play when an emergency or disaster strikes. These scenario exercises are an important aspect of the training, especially when first responders, such as firefighters, police, and emergency personnel, are included in the training. One of the essential goals of working and the training courses is to build capacity and to create communities of support. In the United States, these communities are called Alliances for Response, or AFR for short. In the Caribbean, it is called CHEN, the Caribbean Heritage Emergency Network. The network or alliance provides cultural heritage workers to join a network of colleagues who exchange best practices, ideas, techniques, and solutions. It's a network that can provide information to a cultural heritage worker in an emergency situation. We saw this in the Caribbean islands when a volcano erupted just in the last year or two, and through the use of WhatsApp, the CHEN network was able to support the affected institutions with action steps to protect the institution. Some networks conduct trainings with participating institutions and partner to help cultural heritage professionals create a partnership and supporting system. Others provide train-the-trainer workshops to increase the network. If one institution is affected by a disaster, others can respond to assist in its response and recovery efforts. These example networks are shared with the participants in hopes that they will find the information beneficial, and they may also then enact such a network. The reviews and the feedback that we have received after trainings have been very positive. Participants are keen to return to their heritage institutions and enact what they have learned. I often challenge them to choose 3 actions or goals that they can accomplish in the next 6 months. By breaking down the material into action steps, they are attainable. They are empowered to take the steps to reduce the risk, enact disaster plans, and protect the culture and documentary heritage in their local community. I want to thank you for inviting me here today, and I will certainly take questions when they're available.
Thank you so much, Emily, for that presentation. before we open up for everybody else to pose questions, I have a question of my own directed at Mr. Kitamoto. How can an interdisciplinary approach be integrated into capacity building for memory institutions and civil society in order for them to better achieve preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage?
Okay, thank you, Emily, for inspiring talk. And we can learn a lot from this presentation, that how to build a network of people, and also for the emergency response and recovery. And yeah, I think, yes, you mentioned about interdisciplinary, and we could also call it transdisciplinary. And I think it's disaster response and recovery activities are quite complex, and you need a lot of many types of expertise for the recovery and response. So I think it's natural to consider the interdisciplinarity of the activity, because, well, experts know about certain things, but not everything. So I think it's really important to involve people with a lot of expertise, may not be expert citizens, but they also have their own knowledge about the local community or the other special techniques for related to the recovery. So I think it's, well, the first step is that you understand that you need many types of expertise. And also, it's like you, I think it's important to, in the recovery response and recovery process, that you need to adapt to the situation which is irregular and unexpected. And exactly, Emily mentioned that, well, the reality is different from textbook, and I think it's true. So it's, well, I think it's very important to adapt to the situation. And well, some people call it improvisation, because it's like really adapt to the situation and find the best solution. So I think in that case, it's also very important to acknowledge that we need many types of expertise, and then we try to reach out to the citizens or people with different expertise to how to collaborate. And that is really important to do it before the disaster. So even if the reality is different from textbook, we have to make a training before the disaster for the typical case. And I think it's really important to have a workshop like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Asanobu, for that perspective. All right, so at this point, we would like to invite on-site participants to pose questions. We've got 2 microphones. There's one over here, and there's another one over there. If you've got a question, please put your hand up and introduce yourself and ask a question of each one of the presenters, or all of them. For those of you that are following us online, please use the Q&A functionality on the platform. Questions will be handed over to me, and I will read them out on your behalf. So let's begin. In the room, any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Mitsuru Haga from Professor of Tohoku University, Japan, and a Vice Chair of the MOCAP. Just one comment from Japanese point of view. Japan as #1 by Ezra Vogel, published in 1979, may not be true anymore economically, but Japan has matured ever since, and today Japan is what we call Kadai Senshinkoku, advanced country of finding answers for a unique set of emerging issues such as national and human-made disasters, environmental problems, declining birth rates, population aging, depopulation, energy supply problems that few other countries have ever faced. So, and Japan willingly share these with the world, these challenges and issues that Japan faces. After the Soviet Chernobyl incident, no report has been made. But Japan, yes, After the Fukushima nuclear power plant's explosion, we faced radioactive contaminated cultural problems, and Japanese scholars published articles on international journals such as ICOM Museum International exploring in detail how to rescue historical objects, revitalizing the local community of the Fukushima. So just please learn from Japan challenges we share with you. And of course, one means to do that is this Global Policy Forum. Thank you very much. Just one comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Anyone else with a question or comment in the room, online? We have a question online addressed to Asanobu. It is a great idea to use AI for deeper access to documentary heritage. Will your app using AI such as Miwo apply to foreign languages in the future? If so, it would be very useful for the world.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, I hope that the AI can be applied to any languages in the real world, in the world. And, but I think it's also important to understand the linguistic differences between the language, because we have many languages and also we have many variations in the languages and the characters that they use for describing the text. So I think we developed one AI technique for one type of character systems. And well, some knowledge can be transferred to other type of characters, but some are unique in its own special writing style. For example, the Miwo can transcribe mainly targeting vertical writing system, but many texts are horizontal writing, so that kind of difference exists. And also the characters are not separated. It's like handwritten, so it's not character separated. So, but many printed characters are separated. So, and so that kind of very many differences also exist in the real writing systems. And I think we kind of adapt to each type of system. So, well, so after, I think the revolution of AI in the recent days is that we can at least have a very powerful model to have a kind of common infrastructure for many types of tasks. But also we have to adapt to the actual problems, and that part is very important. So I think it's like we have a kind of a very basic level common infrastructure for doing that kind of smart things. But we need a special expert for each writing system to adapt it to the specific task. And that part is probably should be done by experts who really knows about each writing system or each language or so on. So that is necessary for each language, and unfortunately we don't know each language. So we are kind of experts in that special language or special writing system. But I hope that other people who are experts in each language can join this kind of research and develop their own system, which is the best for their desired writing system or text or characters. That is my idea.
Thank you so much. We do have another question from India, and it is addressed to everybody else. As it is almost impossible to predict disaster, what should the government or policymakers request of citizens or civil society in advance to prevent the loss of documentary heritage? For example, the government of India requests the citizens to digitize their documents and records regularly. So what are your perspectives on that particular issue? Who would like to start? Yes, Estelle.
But maybe it's a question which is addressed to the question, but something that we didn't talk about yet is the fact that digitalization can, of course, be very important to prevent the loss of historic information, of heritage, of memories. But on the other hand, digitalization sometimes asks the question, and it's a question that I receive a lot from politics, do we still have to preserve the material, the physical documents? So the question is, if you have your whole library, your films digitized, do you still need a storage for your materials? And I think it can be quite dangerous if we cannot explain how important it is to also have physical objects. I really love onsen. I went 4 times to an onsen when I stayed in my stay in Japan, and actually, it's something. It's a very personal experience. But there you have some stones, you have the water, you have the smells around you, and it's something. It's an experience that you really have to live. That you really have to live also through all your sensation. And heritage is like that too. You need to touch a book, you need to access documents so that you can really deeply understand them. And I think it's something that we should also recall.
Very important observation indeed. So there is the question from India. There is also the observation made by Emily. What is the place of the original record in the digitization equation? Emily, would you like to start, and then followed by Anna?
Yes. So if we're talking about personal identity, we saw here, most of us that traveled to Japan, not only did we have to have our passport, but we had to have a physical copy of our immunization card for COVID-19. So even though we had uploaded our digital documents, we were still required to have our paper document with us. So in the other part of that is I was recently in Italy and my passport was stolen, but I had a digital copy of it so that when I went to the United States Embassy, I was able to show them my copy so that I could get an emergency passport to be able to return back to the United States. So I think that for disasters, it is the backup that we all need to be able to preserve our own identities, which is most important for communities and populations when we are having a disaster. That is different, I think, from our cultural institutions where documentary heritage we are protecting and we are backing up. But when we are talking about community, we almost have to have it in 2 forms. The other thing that happens when you're in a very big disaster, much like Katrina, you have no electricity, you have no phone service, you have no cell service, so you cannot get to your digitized documents. So you can't get to your own identity. So I then have a picture of it on my phone that at least I still have. So it's actually in 3 different places. It's going to be somewhere in some cloud storage. It's going to be in a paper document, and then it's going to be on my phone as a photograph. And that's for personal identity, which I think part of what the India question was.
Thank you so much. Anna, please.
A couple of things in relation to what has already been said. I do share what Emily has said, particularly in terms of the emotion, the experience that is so different in terms of what documents are, how different they are from originals. So we have to explain this 1,000 times to governments, to our students, to anybody in general. And the information support is just that. It's support, the possibility of having a copy which bears the liberty, if you want, to navigate through internet or through cables and to reach other parts of the world. But how long will those passports remain in use, that technical support before they become a solid paper, given its fragility, has survived thousands of years. And even those older, we are currently restoring them. We don't know what's going to happen to information and gateways. So copies are useful, but they do not invalidate the preservation work that we'll need to continue doing with original materials. Once I was working in the India's project, it was a political intrigue that I was working with that contained all the political scenario and the results of changes of governments that took place in the 19th century in the River Plate. And the history was telling us how they had incarcerated the staff who were in charge of those records. And by touching the original document, I discovered a very small thread, which was green thread, with which the document had been sewn on to the garment so that it wouldn't be discovered. And so that is something that was only made possible that way. And finally, an opinion of mine, what we need to do when we have to invent what to do, what's happening in the middle of a hurricane, for example, as my colleague has said. I don't think there is anything more important than political solidity and government solidity, because if civil society is involved in conservation and they have to take ownership of their traditions and customs and their preservation work for their own identity, they need to have the safeguards, their promotion, and the avenues and resources by the state. In my country, when the Maoist revolution took place, the government of Taiwan searched a site where to hold the Imperial Chinese Army records, and they took over a globe. And we're talking now about the 20th century, towards the second half of the second century. And so they looked at that, and they thought that Uruguay was a potential venue. And I think that we did really well, because we were the custodians of that library that nobody knew how to read, that arrived to Uruguay in the hands of a Chinese elderly gentleman with long headpiece, and he was the only one who knew who was he carrying, and that was preserved during 40 years. And he died, and it survived our library, and nobody touched those documents until one day the governments of Taiwan and China claimed back the return of that library, and they, as a result, had the courtesy to digitalize the whole library where those records are being held. They had come through various governments of different political inclinations in Uruguay, including a military dictatorship, and nobody once ever touched that library. So there were many different ways of helping, but the political solidity, democracy, stability, and institutional safeguards are so important, because this is what we have created to be able to coexist. Thank you.
Any more contributions from the other panelists, if at all? Right. We have something of a comment from San Jose, Costa Rica. A culture of prevention must be developed. The most important aspect is to develop an emergency preparedness plan by all levels of the civil society, both formally and informally. So just an observation there. So back to the room. Anybody feels important to ask questions or to make comments? And colleagues online, any more questions there? Oh, yes, there is a hand over there, please.
Thank you very much. May I ask speaking in Japanese? Well, I am from the National Institute of Cultural Heritage, and I am Tateishi. I'm in charge of disaster prevention. Thank you very much for your discussion. I was listening into your discussion with great interest. My expertise is preservation science and archaeological science. The archaeology, when you hear about this word, you think that this has nothing to do with the memory of the world, or not directly related to the memory of the world. However, I was nevertheless participating in this meeting. But having heard about your discussion, especially the memories and records being lost, when you think about, when you talk about this, the information that the archaeological site has, even if the ancient people might have thrown away, you can actually unearth them. So by keeping them in good shape and allowing them to have an open access, thinking about that process. And of course, the information should not be hidden or should not be undisclosed. So giving all this as a precondition for what we need to do, what you have been discussing and what told me that we can actually discover more from the archaeological site when we do archaeological unearthing activities. Now, at our institute, we do have a Cultural Heritage Disaster Prevention Center, as was mentioned by Mr. Okumura earlier. By having that center, all types of cultural heritage are to be kept and to be opened to allow open access. And of course, the prevention of the disaster can be a very important theme as we endeavor to do that. And therefore, perhaps, memory of the world here in Japan is always thinking about tangible assets. But we are not reaching yet so that the people in this area think that the memory of the world also touches upon tangible assets as well, but tangible and intangible or movable or immovable assets. I think we should try to preserve all these different types of assets, looking at the same directions under this Memory of the World initiative. Thank you very much. Your discussion taught me a lot.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, I see another hand, please.
Thank you very much for your very insightful discussion. I'm a chair of the National Committee of the Memory of the World Committee here in Japan, and my name is Shimatani. I am expert in books, as was mentioned by Mr. Kitamoto. Kuzushiji is my expertise. So I would like to share with you two things. Maybe you can understand how the kuzushiji is to be meant, but we do not understand. So we have to share the same understanding of how we read kuzushiji, because kuzushiji is hard to understand. The other thing is that even if we may have system for disaster prevention, but if you don't have person-to-person network, that system won't work. Under the great earthquake in East Japan, I was able to go there, and unless the system is trusted by the people so that they can entrust their tangible and the treasure, the system of the disaster prevention won't work. So the disaster prevention culture should include people-to-people trust.
パネルが並んでおりましたが、2つ目の御堂関白記、時の権力者の日記がありますが、あれは本人が書いた日記がそのまま残っている。そこにものすごい価値。
So the middle Kanpaki is a handwritten diary of Kanpaki. Even 1,000 years ago, they have set up a rule who are to take away or rescue those documents at the time of emergency. There is also a culture in Japan that they copy the original handwriting. In the Western world, copying the personal diary is unthinkable. But the diaries of then the rulers at different times could serve as an encyclopedia for them, so they can refer back to the diaries to see what to do, what to possess at different times. It's not just a personal diary. They talk about personnel, health. It's a diversity of topic inside the diary. So it is the culture. So copying this, once you have one original has to be succeeded upon generations, and you have to have the copies of those diaries. So depending upon the culture of each country, the memories of the world, quality would change. So we have to be mindful of the diversity of the memories. And I believe that is also another challenge for the Memories of the World program. So I am very grateful that I was given this opportunity to listen to you and to share my thoughts. And also inspirations were given to me.
There is another hand over there. Please, you're welcome.
NAJ, my name is Irie. Just a short comment. I have learned a lot from your comments. Natural disasters, the preparedness and response. We have to have a collective institution and should be spreading the network. I think there's a lot of hope in those efforts. What I would like to share with you is what we have experienced in 2019. There was a typhoon hitting the archipelago. The Kawasaki City Museum's collection went underwater. It was a major incident. And I was involved in rescuing or salvaging those wet collections. 3 points. One, there was a gentleman, thanks to the leadership of the Japanese Institute for Preserving Cultural Assets, and also from the lessons of the Great Earthquake in 2011. And the museum itself was very progressive and advanced, having diversity of collection. It started with the modern art, the designs, the archaeological objects, movies, manga. So because it has so much different categories of the collection, materials are different, and how to salvage and restore it. You needed different techniques and expertise. So you had to look for diversity of partners so that you can be assisted by relevant expertise for different categories of the collection. Now, movies, I could not find a relevant expert. There are about 5 institutions. There are only 10 so-called curators for movies. We are a national institution where we're able to support everyone. In the storage, there were films that managed to escape from the flood. So we were able to remove it and transport it to a safe place. But we had no experience in salvaging or restoring those movie films. So we looked for the expertise and support widely in the private sector. We look for the storages and also the technicians. Those who are interested in the preservation of the movie films were solicited, and we created a network. And only with those people with relevant expertise in the private sector were able to rescue and restore the movie films. So having a mechanism is one, an organization is one, but if you're on the site in the real world, and I think this is true everywhere, you have to know who are your friends and your supporters are. You should be mindful of the different expertise that are held by different people, and those people are definitely around you. So you should always be looking for different expertise.
You want to say something?
Yes, thank you very much for your comments. What it reminded me of, and what I teach, or what we do in training in the workshops, is we help to facilitate those that do not have conservation knowledge. So conservation and preservation, as we saw even yesterday at the National Archives, we watched one woman with small pieces of paper gluing them back into their proper place, and very painstakingly putting back together the washi and doing the conservation and preservation on that piece. In disaster management and in response and recovery, it is quite different. It's almost like being in a war where you are the triage of a medical team. You need to make decisions as to who or what material, rather than who. In the medical field, it's who is going to survive and who is not. When you're doing triage, and that's what we help our participants learn, is that we cannot save everything. We would like to. It is terrible to have to leave behind collections. We have to prioritize them. Those that are prioritized then need to be digitized so that they are protected moving forward. But our role as facilitators is to help the person. I am not a conservator. And when I train conservators, I have to tell them, you can't stop and protect that one piece of paper. You have to take the whole thing, the whole collection, and move as quickly as possible with a plan to get it to a safe place. So I think that we talk about two different things when we talk here. Emergency response, the preparedness for, and the response and the recovery. Recovery can take years to then find the expert that is the movie expert or the AV expert. But as cultural heritage responders and documentary heritage responders, we are trying to help even the everyday person. When we talked about those without training, the community and the volunteers, how do we help them? How do we teach them to protect it when we can't save everything? I hope that makes sense. But I mean, we have to look at what our roles are in protecting those collections and safeguarding them and moving them to another place. I don't know if Estelle, you have something to add to that with what you went through.
Not particularly. I think you have summarized quite well the two different kind of actions that we should undertake. But it's true that it's very difficult. I am a conservator, and I understand how difficult it is to let aside a collection. But you're totally right. And sometimes it's also great to have expertise from other professionals, non-conservation professionals, so that we can also open our eyes to a very difficult reality, but that we have to, of course, we have to see it.
Thank you so much. I think that's all we had time for. Just a reminder for those in the room and for those online, this particular session was focused on how we could consolidate the gains from our past efforts and good practices in effective policy development and capacity building to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk against natural disaster through disaster risk reduction and international cooperation. On that note, I would like to thank all the panelists for a job well done. A big round of applause. So we have come to the end of this particular session. We'll be breaking off for lunch, at least here in Tokyo. And for those online, please do join us again at 13:30 our time here in Tokyo. We look forward to having you again so that we can continue with the second session focusing on human-made hazards, a stepping stone toward enhancing international cooperation to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk in the event of war, conflict, and other human-made disasters. That's it then. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the third edition of the Global Policy Forum, live here in Tokyo, with over 70 participants on site and also over 600 participants online. We are now focusing on the second aspect of the forum, namely session 2, and the theme there is human-made hazards, a stepping stone toward enhancing international cooperation to better safeguard documentary heritage at risk in the event of war, conflict, and other human-made disasters. The focus of the session is increasing our knowledge and understanding of how we address safeguarding documentary heritage at risk in the event of war, conflict, pollution, and other human-made disasters of our time, highlighting the need for effective support through international cooperation and sorting out the issues where the gains from natural disaster response can be applied and where different approaches are required. To help me delve into this topic, I have 4 experts with me. The first one is Ms. Barbara Lyson, who is the president of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. The second one is Leslie Weir, who is the librarian and archivist of Canada, Library and Archives Canada. Thirdly, we have Banzumana Traore, who is a communications specialist at UNESCO Bamako office. And finally, but not least, Trudy Haskamp-Peterson, who is the archivist and expert on the advisory committee of Safe Havens for Archives at Risk. A special welcome to all of you, and I hope that we can have a productive discussion. Let me begin with Barbara. Barbara, we would like to get from you IFLA's commitment to international cooperation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm honored to have been invited to address you today during the 3rd Global Policy Forum of the UNESCO Memory of the World Programme. On behalf of IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, let me congratulate UNESCO to the 30th anniversary of this program. And I also would like to thank UNESCO and the government of Japan for convening this Global Policy Forum to discuss further policies and strategies to safeguard our documentary heritage. On the occasion of the Memory of the World Programme's 30th anniversary, this is a good moment to continue the discussion and look ahead to more coordinated efforts to protect our memory. Our documentary heritage, the memory of our world, of which so much is held in libraries, is as essential as it is fragile. It embodies a critically important record of humanity's stories, beliefs, creative expressions, and personal as well as public and official history. Our documentary heritage provides vital information on which we can base our choices and actions today. Each piece of documentary heritage is like a piece of a mosaic made from many different images, voices, beliefs, stories, and memories. When viewed all together, they provide a crucial affirmation of the values of multiculturalism. They enhance social cohesion and nurture respect for differences. To realize these values, documentary heritage must be preserved and must be accessible today and in the future. Of course, we cannot prevent disaster and thus danger for our documentary heritage. However, we are best suited to mitigate and reduce risk through cooperative efforts at the local, national, and international levels. From past experience, we have seen that when actors are working together between institutions, between ministries, between national and international NGOs, and in intergovernmental process, the collective capacity for preparing for disaster and recovering when it strikes is significantly expanded. And this brings me to the values and core activities of my organization, of IFLA. The necessity of collaborating is at the very heart of IFLA's vision and mission. IFLA is the global organization for libraries. We represent over 1,400 members. Many of those are library associations with several thousands of members themselves. We have members in nearly 150 countries in all regions of the world. Our vision is that of a united library field, while our mission includes inspiring, engaging, enabling, and connecting library professionals around the world. We are also proud to look back for 75 years already at an increasingly close relationship with UNESCO, including in its culture, education, communications, and information sectors, and now documentary heritage. One of the ways IFLA provides value to our members and libraries around the world is supporting them in preparing for and responding to disaster. A central goal here is to ensure that libraries are present in international efforts to identify cultural heritage and to protect it. In the case of disaster, we work to ensure that respective concerns of libraries and by their staff as well as by their users are amplified to national and international platforms. We are also advocating for libraries to be integrated into efforts, measures, and projects that recognize cultural value and, if disaster has struck, to recover damage and to rebuild. Cultural value is multifaceted, lying not just in collections, but also in library buildings and spaces themselves, and in the tangible and intangible heritage transmitted through cultural programming they offer their users. Beyond this, in times of crisis, we have seen so often the value that libraries bring to their communities in the form of building resilience. For example, libraries across Ukraine have adapted their services and spaces to support their communities, including those who have been displaced. They have acted as collection points for humanitarian aid materials and coordinated volunteer activities. They have become shelters for citizens. They have provided access to computers and have been working with local councils to provide updates and critical information to especially elderly, sick, and disabled community members. And they have done all this without losing their original character in engaging with visitors of all ages in activities that celebrate Ukrainian intangible and tangible cultural heritage, such as also traditional song and dance during war times. These are stories of hope and resilience. IFLA's engagement in international cooperation around cultural property protection offers us a platform to share these stories and set out what people need on the ground. This work is anchored in our role as a co-funding organization of Blue Shield International. Together with colleagues from ICA, we have contributed expert insight to at a recent workshop on how practically safeguarding documentary heritage to 350 Ukrainian heritage professionals organized by the UNESCO Museums and Movable Heritage Unit and the Ukrainian Ministry for Culture. We have helped conceptualize a project being launched between UNESCO's Documentary Heritage Unit and the Ukrainian Library Association, which will lay groundwork for a future project to establish a national digital library of Ukraine. IFLA is excited to work with both our partners within the context of this project to raise awareness of this critical importance. We cannot talk about disaster without recognizing the threats caused by the changing climate, the effects of which we have unfortunately seen worsening around the world in the shape of hurricanes, cyclones, droughts, and flooding. In the face of climate change, documentary heritage is even more and more severely at risk, but it can also help offer us solutions. It transmits knowledge that can enrich our climate research, help us conceptualize the scope of the crisis, and help the public understand, engage, and imagine ways to mitigate it. Documentary heritage collections and spaces in memory institutions like libraries can offer opportunities for climate empowerment through education, public awareness, training, public participation, public access to information, and international cooperation. This was IFLA's key message, which we brought on the UN Climate Change Conference, COP27, earlier this month in Egypt. IFLA's Advisory Committee on Cultural Heritage is exploring the role of library collections in climate action. Our Environment, Sustainability and Libraries Professional section expands the knowledge and further understanding of a green library. And our work on the Steering Committee of Climate Heritage Network advocates for the role of culture in empowering people to imagine and realize low-carbon, just climate-resilient futures. And last but not least, I want to highlight the network of the IFLA PAC centers. PAC stands for Preservation and Conservation. They are working in cooperation with several large libraries all over the world. The National Diet Library in Japan is one of the most excellent and very active IFLA PAC centers we have. Yesterday morning, I had the opportunity to visit the workshops there, and I admired the great and inventive work they are doing for the preservation and conservation of documentary heritage. I mention these networks because they support resilience in the face of massive global challenges, challenges which pose a great threat to our collective memory and menace our ability to pass it on to future generations. Alone, we cannot meet these challenges, but collectively, we can build and expand our capacity to respond to threats and disaster, and call for policymakers to provide the structures necessary for strong institutions and support networks. I would like to close by congratulating the Memory of the World program on its 30th anniversary, and to urge you to read and share the statement commemorating this anniversary, which IFLA proudly helped to launch this month. It provides excellent ideas for future action to further release the potential of documentary heritage, to build more inclusive and just societies. In particular, I hope that we will see policymakers fully integrate documentary heritage and other forms of cultural heritage and the relevant institutions into their strategies and actions and into their budgets as well. At the institutional level, IFLA can help facilitate more collaboration. This can include sharing good practice for preparedness, disaster risk reduction and recovery, as well as sharing equipment, materials, technology for digitization and safeguarding efforts. Working together in consortia can also be an effective way to build collective capacity. At the end of my speech, I want to stress again that IFLA is committed to informing, engaging, enabling and connecting our professionals within the global library field, and to connect the global library field with many partners at the international level in order to be better safeguarded documentary heritage so that its transformative potential can be realized both for the society of today and of the world to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barbara. I think that's a compelling case for international cooperation. But maybe I should turn to Trudy for a bit of assistance here. Listening to Barbara, how do you think we can enhance international cooperation towards the development of permanent mechanisms for the protection of documentary heritage?
Well, I think that the establishment of the Blue Shield, where IFLA, ICA, the International Council on Archives, museums, monuments, and originally audiovisual materials, created a standing body to take a look at cooperation in disaster. And I think that's the most important of the elements that we have right now. It is the way we can cooperate across the various disciplines and have a coordinated voice. So the Blue Shield is, I think, our primary entity for doing this kind of cooperation.
A great example indeed. Well, let's move on by treating you to a case study of protection of documentary heritage in a post-conflict environment. and ongoing armed conflict in Mali and by extension the larger Sahel region. And to do that, we've got Banzimana. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for having held this on world memory, which of course is of great import. As has just been said, I'm from Mali, and this is a country which is found in West Africa and is very well known because of towns such as Tombouctou and Djenné that are home to both built, cultural, and also documentary heritage. It is also known because of its town Bandiagra with its cultural and natural heritage. The documentary heritage that is constituted by the ancient manuscripts in Tombouctou constitute a considerable volume of documents that are of huge value, that contribute to the work that is carried out on the history, the economic life, social and cultural links, not only in Mali, but also in sub-Saharan Africa in general. And this covers a period of more than 1,000 years. And let me recall, these manuscripts have contributed to playing a part in the general history of Africa. Today, this heritage is faced with considerable challenges in terms of preservation, promotion, dissemination, and also access. And this is due to the situation in which Mali has been since 2012. This is a situation that is characterized by a very fragile security situation, which is both fragile and volatile. And this is the result of terrorism, but also organized crime, as well as political instability. This crisis has had an impact in Mali. Firstly, because there was a halt in all of the work that was being carried out in the safeguarding of these manuscripts, in particular in Tombouctou. So this work that had been ongoing for many decades. But this is also, as you can see on this picture before you, we can also see examples of auto-da-fé or even theft of more than 4,200 ancient manuscripts. We can also see a degradation also in the conditions of storage and conservation that were direct consequences of the halt in these activities. We have also seen the shutting down of the shelving where these manuscripts were, where they are now today in boxes, in wood boxes, or indeed in narrow metal boxes, and placed in far removed corners of family homes, and therefore at the mercy of predators such as termites, rats, immense heat and humidity. Faced with this situation, the professionals that work in the realm of preservation, as well as the civil society through the aegis of a Savama DCI ONG for the defense of Islamic culture, took the initiative to extract these manuscripts from these conflict areas. This was done in two phases. Initially, there was the first phase to go from the library to the family home, where the manuscripts were in an organized system, of course, from a physical point of view. And then they found themselves stacked up in a storage system that was frankly inappropriate. This was not enough. We then had to move them from these family homes to ensure that they were then taken to an area that was more secure to the south of the country, in Bamako in particular. Because we can see that in these family buildings, the conditions for storage, well, were quite frankly inappropriate. Now, this exfiltration operation was carried out with the utmost discretion. And ruse, trust, and caution were the order of the day, because this was due to the situation in Tombouctou at the time. In other words, armed groups were occupying the town, but there was also the intervention of the army to try and regain this occupied territory. This operation, nonetheless, allowed the saving of 95% of the manuscripts of Tombouctou. In other words, 400,000 manuscripts. Yes, 400,000. So, over and above the exfiltration, we also decided to work on other areas. We decided to come up with a program that would ensure the valorization of these manuscripts. Now, this program ensured initially a better readaptation of the climate conditions. As you know, Tombouctou is hot, there's an immense heat, and there's also humidity, which is, of course, inappropriate for the conservation of paper. So we had to find conditions that would allow us to preserve this paper in Bamako. But we also had to work on rendering their storage secure. So we had to have systematic monitoring 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And we also had to ensure that the program was implemented to ensure that there was coordination for the safeguarding of these aforementioned documents. Now, the setting up of this program in 2013 was done with a participatory approach, and this program is structured on a 5-year basis. And there are, several components. First of all, we dealt with initially the physical conservation and digital conservation, but we also wanted to set up repositories, catalogues. We also wanted to ensure the renovation and the rehabilitation of the libraries in Tombouctou, to ensure that scientific research and use of these documents became possible, not forgetting the fifth, which would be the strengthening of capacities available. So the implementation of this program gave rise to the award of the 2018 award for Mali. And with this program, there was also international cooperation. So on a national level, this was supported by various technical and financial entities to the tune of 2.8 billion FCFA, in other words, $4,500,000, and this between the years of 2014 and 21. This was done with interaction with other programs that were kicked off at an international level with the aid of helping the Tombouctou manuscripts. This can be an example, the program of the rehabilitation of cultural heritage and the safeguarding of ancient manuscripts of Mali, which was brought to the fore by UNESCO and its partners between 2013 and 21. And we can also mention the project that was carried out by the German government and its Foreign Affairs Ministry. Other partners that we would like to mention that were part of this are the following: Hill Museum and Manuscript Library, as well as the Juma Al-Majid Center in Dubai, and the Research Center for History, Art and Islamic Culture in Istanbul. So when one looks at this international aid to safeguard the ancient manuscripts of Mali, UNESCO played an extremely important role. And the role played by UNESCO in Bamako, well, the role was pivotal in supporting local initiatives in terms of preservation, promotion, and also access to the ancient manuscripts. This intersectorial dimension is one of the strong points of this, given the transversal nature of these ancient manuscripts. And it is for that reason that this holistic approach took on the following. First of all, preservation led to the supporting of setting up legal and political frameworks, valorization and promotion, and this was done through conferences, but also exhibitions. Thirdly, the use of these manuscripts, giving rise to critical editing, translation, and publishing of these manuscripts, as well as creative artistic development, education and training, in the encouragement of using these manuscripts in tertiary education. And indeed, with the help of UNESCO, we are currently putting in place a project in Mali that is dedicated to this dimension of training and education with the manuscripts, and this has been funded by the fund, Japanese fund within UNESCO. In terms of what the prospects are, given that Mali continues to endure this security crisis, we have to absolutely make the most of the initiatives that already exist, these initiatives that already work with these ancient manuscripts. Here, the onus really has to be on the strengthening of conservation measures and the safeguarding measures, and this should be done throughout all the countries involved, because it's true that today we are confronted with a phenomenon throughout the region, particularly to the north of Mali. If we look at Gao, in the north of Mali rather, where we see voluntary destruction of documentary heritage, where we give, for example, printed books in the exchange of manuscripts, and then we either burn them or throw them in water. So this is an incredibly urgent situation that necessitates action now. We also need to ensure that we adopt political and legal measures pertaining to the promotion, accessibility, and dissemination of ancient manuscripts. I would like to recall that UNESCO has allowed to help the writing of a framework document on ancient manuscripts, and this is still being adopted by the government. This would then allow us to give impetus to the teaching and professional training around these ancient manuscripts. It would then allow us to increase what we call the dissemination and the ownership of these manuscripts, but it would also ensure that these manuscripts are part and parcel of development programs in Mali. And in order to do this, we need, of course, first to ensure that we have technical cooperation around these ancient manuscripts on a national level, regional level, but also on an international level with, of course, world memory institutions, but also with universities, so that there is a share of experience, but also especially to ensure that there is a transfer of skills. Furthermore, mobilization of financial resources to the same is of utmost importance, given the local context, which is one of continuous insecurity, given the regional world context in which we are, which is, of course, one that endures natural disaster on a huge scale. And let's not forget also the human dimension, which also has an impact on our heritage today. So therefore, I call upon you, I call upon there to be solidarity with Mali, that you accompany Mali to ensure that Mali is able to preserve its extraordinarily rich heritage, which are the ancient manuscripts of Tombouctou. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Banzimana. But I do have a follow-up question to your presentation. So faced with ongoing war or armed conflict, what would you say are the real needs on the ground? And what support is absolutely necessary from the international community at the level of response and recovery, or exfiltration, as you call it?
Alors, merci pour cette question.
Thank you for that question. Well, I would say there are two levels to this answer. Firstly, the local level. we have to work to raise awareness of the population that themselves are the owners of this heritage, which is different from many other countries. And then on a larger scale, on a world scale, we have to, as I've just recalled, work together so that we have a skills transfer. So that means that today we have to work much more to give a priority to the use of artificial intelligence in the realm of preservation. If you look at what's happening in Timbuktu, our crisis, our difficult situation means that we have to work with digitalization in mind. And indeed, I would say almost all documents need this. But we also have to ensure that there is a link between the population and this documentary heritage so that they themselves can discover the import of this and the necessity to preserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Based on what we have heard, one possible way out at the international level, at least, is policy making that is sensitive to the possibility, the very real possibility of war. And to help us navigate that, I would like Barbara to take us through the safe havens for archives at risk. Rather, Trudy, not Barbara. Trudy, your floor.
What do I push? We've just heard an example of archives at risk in a local setting. What I want to talk with you for these next moments is about what is a policy framework that we can use to talk about making sure that we protect these kinds of records at risk. So let me talk about where we began. In the first decade of this century, Switzerland had been asked if they would save a digital copy of some of the most important police records out of Guatemala. They also were asked if they would save a security copy of the Nuclear Claims Tribunal records out of the Marshall Islands. Finland, too, and Jussi Nuorteva here can talk very clearly about that, had been asked to save materials out of the Middle East. And so the question became, what is ethically right in these situations? Switzerland passed an amendment to a law in which they gave legal authority to the government of Switzerland to provide a safe haven. But what did this mean, and how was it going to work? So what Switzerland did was ask an international body of archivists, but sending institutions like Guatemala and hosting institutions like the National Archives of Finland, plus UNESCO, plus the International Council on Archives, to come together and see if there could be some guidelines developed on when it was that to protect archives, the only option was to move them. Now, let me be clear. Everyone believes that the Mali situation, where you could move them within the country, is the best. But we also know that there are times when that doesn't work. We know, for example, now that hundreds of NGOs have been shut down in Nicaragua, and their records are in danger. We know that trouble simmers in Lebanon. We know that trouble simmers in wartime. And so what this group did was try to develop a look at those risks. What are the risks of archives in war, in civil unrest, in repressive regimes, and for climate change? The working group then drafted guiding principles It was facilitated by a non-governmental organization funded by the Swiss government called Swiss Peace, which has long experience in a program called Dealing with the Past. After these were developed, there was a public comment period, and it was then endorsed by the International Council on Archives. What I want to do now is just give you the headlines of the various parts of the principles. Remember, in country is always better. So the actors and the people who are the audience are indeed everyone, but we know that especially concerned are persons who are looking at archives that are potentially relevant for dealing with the past processes, whether it's truth commissions, compensation commissions, litigation, or other kinds of dealing with the past. And it is addressed to those who seek safe haven solutions or are willing to provide a host institution. The principles are in 4 sections: general, then on what is the substance of such an agreement, then what are the characteristics of hosting institutions, and then the principle of rapid response. So a general principle is that it should be implemented if the records that would contribute to dealing with the past are at risk of destruction or alteration. That's your general principle. It's the last resort. It has to be transparent. The host institution and the sending institution should know what is going on. A legality and agreement principle. The main goal is to provide a safe haven. There's an ethics principle. Do no harm. A fair agreement. We know this is an unbalanced situation. We know that the power lies with the hosting institution, but we need a fair agreement. No financial profit. The hosting institution doesn't sell off copies of photographs, for example. The substance of the agreement. What are the processes that are going to be undertaken? For example, if most of these records, as we hope they are, come out in electronic copies, what are the things that the host institution will do to make sure that the electronic copy continues to be readable? Who owns it? The sending institution owns this. How long is it going to last? What happens if the sending institution goes out of existence? What happens if the host institution is changed in some fundamental way, such as moved within a government? What's the spirit of the agreement? What's the legal environment? Who controls the security and access? What are the physical characteristics that the host institution has? Some host institutions will only take government records. Some host institutions will only take non-government records. Some host institutions only take audiovisual records. Some host institutions will only take electronic records. What are the professional standards? And in the case where a rapid response is needed, an agreement can be made that is temporary, and then a final agreement will be developed at a later date. But if it is absolutely necessary to get, say, NGO records out of a repressive regime, get them out, get a first document done, and then complete the documentation later. So where we are today is Swiss Peace is serving as the central information point. There is an international advisory committee on which Jussi Nuorteva and I both serve. Once we had the principles, it was clear that we needed a commentary on them. So there is a separate booklet on a commentary. We also then developed a model agreement that can be used between the two institutions, whether they are both in the country or whether one is in one country and one is in another, whether one is an institution and the other is an individual. And individuals, yes, also use this. And in addition, there's a fact sheet and there's a report on how the principles were developed. I have left out on the table copies of the fact sheet and the report if you wish to pick them up. The guiding principles have been translated now into Arabic, English, French, Spanish, Russian, and Ukrainian. That's the website. It's to facilitate the contact, it's to provide guidance, and will contribute to policy-level questions if requested. What do we need? We need several things right now. We need additions to the roster of hosting institutions. There are several institutions around the world that are bearing the burden of this. We need more hosting institutions, and we need them in more parts of the world. Second, we need financial aid for digitization in those cases where the documents at risk are not in digital form right now, because it is so much easier to move records that are digital than it is to try to move, say, original photographs or paper documents. We need support for the transport of the archives. The Mali story of going down the river is dramatic, but it's hard to get across international borders, and it's scary sometimes, and we need support for the transport. And then we need continued cooperation with UNESCO and ICA to spread knowledge of the safe haven option. I would be very happy if UNESCO would indeed endorse the principles as they have been endorsed by the International Council on Archives. And with that, here is the Safe Haven Secretariat. It can provide support in all those languages. Please reach out to them if you are willing to be a host institution or if you know archives at risk that need to be moved. And we want to be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trudy, for that illuminating presentation. Let me attend to Barbara now with a question. How do you think we can expand this safe havens framework beyond archives as records and organizations? And if there are any key obstacles, how can we possibly overcome those?
Well, that is a very important question, because it should not, well, this initiative should not be restrained only to archives, because the problem is there as well when it comes to collections or part of the collections of libraries. So I think UNESCO could be a good bridge between the archival world and the library world. And IFLA, has a lot of professional units caring for different professional issues. And I think there are several units which are very much interested in cooperating in that field. So I would say, first of all, the obstacle might be the deficit of awareness of, first of all, the problem is there. So the libraries are aware of the problem, but I'm not sure actually whether the respective libraries are aware of that initiative. So to spread the news, to spread the knowledge is very important. And then to find ways to maybe also accept the same principles, because the principles are there, and I don't think that the libraries' professional ethical work differs from the principles which were just presented by Trudy. So I think to bridge this with the help of UNESCO between the libraries and the archives would be a good idea, and I will bring that back to our professional units which are caring for more or less the same issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, at this point, we want to see if there is something of hope. and Leslie is going to take us through a hopeful experience with respect to how a memory institution can commit to resilience through fighting climate change and promoting a sustainable society thereof. So, Leslie, over to you.
Thank you. I would like to begin by acknowledging that Libraries and Archives Canada holds the stories of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation from across the northern part of Turtle Island, which is now known as Canada. We understand that without truth, there can never be reconciliation, and we work nation to nations to build the future of Canada together. And I am privileged to live and work on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. So, disasters. Documentary heritage has always been at risk from disasters, both natural and human-made, and most commonly by flood and fire. Measures such as earthquake-proof buildings, HVAC systems to cope with fire suppression, and drainage systems to manage flooding all serve to create necessary conditions to protect our collections. Climate change, with the extreme and varying conditions that it brings, together with a changing political and volatile landscape, along with a growing desire to decolonialize, means that institutions need to redesign their preservation and response plans in order to preserve and make accessible the heritage collections in a radically changing world. Recently, forest fires in Western Canada forced some community museums to send collections home with staff. And the Western Museum Association is quoted in an article in the Globe and Mail saying, with increasing frequency and intensity of wildfires, it is becoming imperative more than ever before for museums to have an updated, comprehensive disaster preparedness and emergency response plan to help ensure the safety of their staff, minimize risk, and preserve their structures and facilities. And this statement was made just after fire tore through Lytton, British Columbia, destroying the whole town, including their public library and their museum. These measures are in place not only for emergency preparedness in the case of climate disasters, but also for violent conflicts, such as in the Ukraine, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, and so many other places around the world. Cultural heritage is often a target of the aggressor. Many cultural institutions around the globe have had to develop contingency plans in case of violent attacks or war. One of the many initiatives triggered by the war in Ukraine is the global effort that Barbara referred to preserve the Ukrainian digital archives. Using various open source tools, volunteer librarians and archivists almost immediately recognized the need to assist the Ukrainian cultural heritage workers as institutions and servers there suffered both physical and cyber attacks. Policy development is critical in this area. Globally, gallery, library, archives, and museums, commonly called GLAMs, are conducting planning and training sessions on what to do in a climate emergency. GLAMs worldwide are triaging their collections, categorizing by priority what should be saved first in the event of an emergency. The Canadian Conservation Institute has added climate change to its framework for preserving cultural collections. This reference tool provides heritage professionals with practical advice on how to protect collections from agents of deterioration. The Smithsonian launched a new partnership with the U.S. Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations Command that aims to boost the ranks of the Army Corps of cultural heritage specialists, the modern-day version of the famous World War II monuments men. In a recent drill, the Army reservists, who are also archivists, professors, art historians, and archaeologists, completed an exercise to train on the evacuation of priceless artifacts. Blue Shield, an advisory body to UNESCO, is incredibly important in this sphere, and Canada is very excited that we are moving forward to join Blue Shield. Emergency preparedness is critical. One way to minimize risk is through a comprehensive response, recovery, and emergency preparedness plan, as we heard this morning. This includes having staff trained to respond to emergencies and to be available to do so 24/7, identifying priority items to salvage in case of disaster, and working with local emergency services, such as firefighters and police. Libraries and Archives Canada, commonly known as LAC, has a robust collection response and recovery plan that outlines roles and responsibilities and procedures to guide staff when responding to a collections emergency, and that improves our chances of preventing foreseeable disasters, minimizing the damage to records and buildings, and fostering a high degree of readiness to respond. We also have a collection monitoring strategy that serves to identify and address immediate hazards that may expose the collection to risk and gain knowledge of the current condition of our holdings. Natural emergencies and disasters covered by the plan in our area touch upon rain and wind storms, floods, biological agents, and earthquakes. But regardless of the many forms of disaster, the actual damage, as I mentioned, to collections is usually caused by fire and water. So, in our part of the world, high winds, tornadoes, and extreme heat and cold are the main risks due to climate change and need to be considered in designing buildings. LAC's new preservation storage facility, which is officially opening on Thursday of this week, is purposely designed to ensure that the collection is stored in optimal conditions to promote long-term preservation and accessibility. Originally, we envisioned an underground storage solution that would take advantage of the consistent year-round ground temperatures of 10 degrees Celsius, since in Canada we have quite a fluctuation in the climate. However, the underground solution was not pursued because we have a high water table in the area, and so we would be introducing a risk of flooding. So instead, our PSF allows collection material to be stored well above ground level on the second level of the facility. Flood risk can also occur due to heavy rainfall. LAC and the designers mitigated this through the use of 6 main roof drains and 4 additional overflow drains. This will allow the building to quickly evacuate water even in the event of extraordinary heavy rainfall, which we seem to be experiencing more and more due to climate change. The drains are located outside of the collection storage area so that in the event of a leak, the collection will not be impacted. We are also currently conducting a climate resiliency study for our entire portfolio. The Preservation Storage Facility is a net carbon zero facility, which promotes sustainability through the use of geothermic wells and other carbon-free renewable energy sources. Should a power outage occur, the PSF has 3 backup generators that are capable of fully powering the facility. This includes the automated storage and retrieval system, meaning that should it be necessary, our staff could retrieve and evacuate collection material during a complete power blackout. As I mentioned, fire is often a critical factor in the destruction of our heritage. So to reduce the risk of fire damage to collection material, PSF employs a single interlock fire suppression system with cross detection. This is a type of in-rack dry pipe system which is designed to apply water to a fire at the moment it starts, while at the same time protecting the collection from accidental leaks. By applying water quickly, this system will help reduce the spread of a fire and reduce the overall potential loss, both from the fire itself and from any firefighting efforts. Sharing expertise is really critical. It is the collective knowledge that has been accumulated by the global archival and library community that will help us all survive these kinds of disasters. So in our case, the design and construction of this new storage facility leverages the buildings that have come before. We were fortunate to have the opportunity to visit many similar storage facilities and incorporate the lessons learned to help avoid the pitfalls and achieve improvements. And we're happy to share our experiences and our lessons learned that we've come across during the construction of this new facility. Now, national and international cooperation, I think the importance of this is demonstrated by all of us being here today in the beautiful city of Tokyo. Libraries and Archives Canada is part of the UNESCO Memory of the World Committee Member Directory, and we are extremely proud to have contributed to the Canada Memory of the World Register. We also have a memorandum of understanding with federal cultural institutions located in our national capital region that agrees that in the event of an emergency that threatens the safety of one or many of our collections, that the institutions will cooperate to provide assistance. The other signatories include the Canada Science and Technology Museums, the National Gallery of Canada, the Canadian Museum of History, Parks Canada, and the Canadian Conservation Institute. We also have a number of shared print initiatives that play a vital role in the Canadian context. North, the Canadian Shared Print Network, NORD, Réseau Canadien de Conservation Partagée des Documents Imprimés, is a national program providing a means to consolidate print collections while ensuring the long-term content retention and access to users. It covers all categories of print publications, and Libraries and Archives Canada serves as both an archive builder and an archive holder. LAC also supports the Council of Prairie and Pacific University Libraries, COPL, in their shared print archive network called SPAN, which is a distributed retrospective print repository program for Western Canada. Now, we are a country that recognizes that we have perpetrated cultural genocide against the indigenous peoples that live in northern Turtle Island. So it is rather critical that we work to support those nations in preserving and making accessible their heritage. So we provide funding to First Nations, Inuit and Métis Nation, to the nations, the governments, and nonprofit organizations to digitize existing documentary heritage, and especially their oral histories, which is very important in Indigenous life. To digitize their documentary heritage related to Indigenous languages and culture. And by doing so, we help to build the skills, knowledge, and resources required to carry out this work in their home communities. So some best practices. We recognize that carrying out risk assessments and identifying collections at risk of being completely lost in the event of a disaster, that is critical. Storing copies and originals separately where possible, in separate buildings and preferably in separate regions, can also help avoid complete loss. Carrying out extensive description of collections so that we have a knowledge of what was lost or stolen. And digitizing for preservation so that copies are made and safeguarded. And I would like at this point to thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech in Algonquin Anishinaabe Mem. Arigato.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Perhaps a follow-up question for you, focusing on human-made hazards. Where, in your opinion, can the gains from natural disaster response be applied? And where could different approaches be considered?
Well, I think in looking at the best practices, that those 6 things can be applied in both situations. I would also add a 7th, but I would make it number 1 in the case of human-made disasters, and especially in cases of war. And I would make that one the global cooperation of heritage institutions to support each other in times of war. I think that we can look at some of the recent situations in Mali, in the Ukraine, and we can learn lessons from those. And we can look at how we as a community can work together to support the countries, our neighbors, where these horrific events happen. And we can look at how we can try to protect the original analog collections, what we can do to support the digitization and digital replicants, and how we can support the members of the heritage workforce, the communities. I know in Canada right now we're hosting a number of Ukrainian archivists, archaeologists, librarians who've had to flee their country. And we can look at how we can support them to continue their work, whether they're able to do that within their own country or from a safe third country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's it in terms of presentations. So I would like to take this opportunity to open the floor for any questions from both participants on site and online. Online, remember, Q&A functionality that you can use. Colleagues taking down questions which will be handed to me. I already have 3 carried over from the first session, but they are of a generic nature and can be dealt with by the panelists now. So any question from the floor? Right. In the meantime, then, one of the questions online, I think in a sense, Leslie, you may have touched on this, but perhaps let's tease it out a little bit more. How do we approach and preserve the cultural documentary values of ethnic minorities when there are still many obstacles on the economic and social development front? That came from the ASPAC region. Leslie, I'll start with you so you can amplify what you already said.
Thank you. I think it's important for all of us to be active in the various traditionally marginalized members of each of our communities. In Canada's case, that certainly touches upon the First Nations, Inuit and Métis Nation. And as well, I would say, in terms of the long history of Black Canadians who've been present in our country for more than 400 years, but that are not always well represented in the collections of our cultural institutions. And where they are, that those materials aren't always accessible to those communities for them to see themselves in the history of our country. And I look as well in the Canadian context in terms of the experiences of the LGBTQ plus two-spirited community, and ensuring that the collections of our National Library and our National Archives, in fact, reflect those stories and those experiences.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to chip in? Yes, please, Trudy, go on.
When we start to think about this, we need to move beyond thinking of cultural institutions that have material and start thinking about non-governmental institutions as well. If we want to understand what's at risk, for example, it could be a non-governmental institution that is trying to find missing children that have gone missing because of a repressive regime. It could be a non-governmental institution that is trying to make sure that DNA is preserved so that you can, in the future, identify remains if they're found. And all of these may not be very popular with the government of the country. And so as we start to think about how do we preserve archives at risk, we have to get beyond thinking government and cultural institution and think about individuals and organizations which also have critical materials.
Thank you. Anybody in the room? Another comment online, more of a testimony than a question from Latin America, and I think this was with respect to the presentation by Ana Ribeiro in the morning. There was appreciation that she remembered and mentioned the fire that damaged 200 years of history of Brazil, preserved in the archives of the National Museum. And to that end, the National Committee of Brazil, according to this testimony, created in 2018 a nomination in order to select items of documentary heritage for possible inscription on the register. Inscriptions that would contain the lost memories caused by human disaster. A terrible story, but something worth remembering all the time. And there's a question also here, what kind of help will be available for those countries where documentary heritage is being destroyed because there's little infrastructure to even store or care for them? That's a very practical question. I don't know what any of your organizations are doing in that respect. I will say a few things with respect to UNESCO, but anybody wants to answer that one? Yes, carry on, Barbara.
Yes, just a remark from IFLA, because of course an organization like IFLA cannot spend money on this and cannot support with money. But in order to get money, I think a methodology like advocacy is very important. So traditionally, librarians and maybe also archivists are very modest and humble people and don't speak out that much and don't go to politicians and look for being influential to politicians. And therefore, in order to get money, to show the value and to show the relevance of any issue, it is important to know how to advocate for the own issue. And therefore, IFLA is very much interested in supporting also in the countries where the libraries are not that developed in doing advocacy, like in the US, they are perfectly in advocacy, but in other countries not, that IFLA tries to support the associations, the library associations, and then reaching out to the libraries with knowledge about advocacy, how to do it, methodology, and to bring them into the space of the politicians in order to advocate for more money. So I think running for money is good, but to advocate is important. But I think not everybody is a born advocate for their issues, and therefore it is important to learn about advocacy.
Thank you so much. Yes, Trudy?
And it's not just with governments. I mean, the big foundations, as we know here in Japan, as I know in the United States, have a lot of money that they can spend as they decide to do it. Now, having said that, when I tried to find money to make a digital copy of the records of the Nuclear Claims Tribunal in the Marshall Islands, I went to more than 20 of them trying to find money, and finally actually got it from one foundation in Europe and then from the government of Switzerland. But we should remember those big foundations, if they wish to, can do it. Second idea, one of my favorite ideas that I keep hoping UNESCO will do, I'd like, it's much more popular to put something on the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites because it is a building or it's a stele or something. Documents, it's a little harder. Your politicians don't see it. If we could only say to put a building or something like that on the World Heritage Site, you must also commit to preserving the records relating to it. All the photographs of it, all the documents relating to the construction of it, to the renovation of it, to the repair of it. Suddenly we would get documents hitched to something that's very visible that politicians like because they can go to the building and there is the big UNESCO seal on it.
Yeah, very good observation. Banzmana, yes, please come in.
I just want to react to what has just been said by my colleague. This initiative that would be mobilizing funds, as she's just said, it's a very salient point. In Africa or in Mali, we have very little awareness of the importance of this documental heritage. So if we can find a link between this built heritage and this documentary heritage and ensure that people understand that if we want to preserve the built heritage, this goes hand in hand with the strengthening of capacity in the realm of documentary heritage. So absolutely, very much in favor of what has just been said. I would also like to say that we do need to really embark upon an awareness-raising campaign, absolutely, in terms of our population. Sure, there are foundations that give funding, but what about the individuals who themselves have money? And they could also be asked to contribute. I'm thinking, for example, about the Timbuktu buildings that were built by South Africa rather. And it's indeed during a charity fundraising event where the president of South Africa took the initiative and they said, yeah, okay, let's get these funds going. And it was this person who mobilized the funds that led to the building of this building that will allow the safeguarding of documents in Timbuktu. This has been the case since 2009, so we could do this elsewhere. And in fact, we see many companies evolving and really taking on board this notion of corporate social responsibility. So why not use this? This could also be an axis for action and make sure that other people play a role in the preservation of documents and try and mobilize funds in this way. Thank you very much.
Leslie, you'd like to come in?
Yeah, I'd just like to jump in and say that it's not always easy for a government institution to fund initiatives in other countries. But sometimes what we can do is to be able to leverage our resources to be able to support the work that's done in some other countries. So, for instance, just before the pandemic, Libraries and Archives Canada worked closely with colleagues in Rwanda to support them in sending an archivist and a librarian from our team to share some of our expertise and knowledge. And sadly, the pandemic hit just as we were supposed to be welcoming a couple of their team members to come. And we hope that they will still, in fact, at some point, be able to come and join us at Libraries and Archives Canada and have an opportunity to share their experiences with us and for them to learn from ours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I see a hand. Yes.
So first of all, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to expand also on what Trudy and Banzumana said. The way, if we protect also the documentation which is linked to a monument, it's also the first step to protect the intangible heritage of a place, of a community which is directly linked to a monument. It's something that we thought also about in my institute, so a national heritage center such as such as the one that exists here in Tokyo for Japan. We also go on site to document heritage, so to take pictures of paintings in churches, for example. But what about all the practice that are existing, that are supported by the communities, that still go to churches, for whom those paintings mean something? They are not recorded, actually, within my country. I know for other countries, it's another story. But so I think that UNESCO, also because you are busy with all those topics, is something that you should maybe help link together so that we can protect heritage in its broad sense. Thank you.
Well said. At UNESCO, we speak of a diversity of cultural heritage. And in some cases, our experts in inscribing an item of documentary heritage have recommended that the site related to that documentary heritage be recommended for inscription on the World Heritage List, indicating that there is an interlinkage between and among different types of heritage. So that's a point well noted, and it is a challenge actually for UNESCO because we have to work in the documentary heritage unit with others within the same organization. So it is outside of UNESCO. Well, it seems to me that we have no more questions. Certainly, perhaps we have a question online. Yes, we have a question from David Fricker. David Fricker happens to be a member of the International Advisory Committee, in fact, one of the vice presidents. And he's raised a question, well, let me just read what he says. Trudy has raised very important and complex issues regarding safe havens. What if a community within a nation sees their collective memory at risk because of the policies of their legitimate government? Might they have standing to seek safe havens for their records in a different country? How do we deal with these issues of sovereignty? So, Trudy, would you like to respond to that one?
The short answer to that is yes. Assuming that, let me take an NGO that is looking for missing children, and the government does not want to be reminded of that practice during the Civil War. Assuming that the NGO owns those materials, the NGO then, it depends on the country. The European Union is quite different in this, but if the government does not require an export permit, or if the NGO is willing to actually do the moving of the materials, yes, you can move it to another country. And that is indeed what has been done. I know of at least 2 cases just exactly like that, that are under safe havens protection. Also individuals. I'm thinking of a case in which a man was photographing dead bodies during a civil conflict, a really ugly one, and became very concerned that that he was going to be killed and the photographs would never see the light of day. And he applied for and got those materials out. It is not easy. I've talked to NGOs who are literally afraid to carry even computer sticks across borders. And here's where governments can help if they wish. But it is possible for individuals and organizations, non-governmental, in countries to move things into safe havens. That's part of what was driving this whole movement. And it is, remember, the movement comes out of dealing with the past and trying to figure out how to protect records that are going to be essential for dealing with the past, whether it's truth commissions, litigation, compensation, and other kinds of dealing with the past questions.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes, I see a hand now. Okay, please.
Hello, it's Adrian Cunningham from Australia. So we've heard throughout today some very useful observations about the nature of our documentary heritage patrimony, if you like, and the need to give serious thought to what constitutes that. So this morning we heard that in a disaster response situation, triage is necessary. You need to determine what to say first, what's most important, etc. Leslie's spoken about how she's conscious of the fact that her institution probably underrepresents important aspects of the Canadian experience, particularly in minority communities. Trudy and others have mentioned that it's not just the big national institutions that preserve important documentary heritage. This happens at all levels across society, and in particular in non-government and community organisations. So that all brings me back to what Faxon said the first thing this morning, which the first of the 3 key aims of the Memory of the World is identifying documentary heritage. Now, clearly that's done to the extent at the moment where we identify iconic materials that go onto global, regional and national registers, but I think there's a lot more work that could be done under the auspices of Memory of the World to help our communities do a better job of identifying what kinds of documentary heritage materials must be captured and preserved to give an adequate representation of the experience of particular nations, to help practitioners and organisations do a better job of understanding what are the most significant components of their holdings, what criteria might be brought to bear to make those kinds of important decisions, etc. So potentially, I think there's many years of work in this important issue, and I would observe that it's in the 30 years that Memory of the World has existed, although Memory of the World's done some terrific work, this particular important issue has probably been neglected. So I guess I'd just like to suggest that maybe this could be a topic for a future World Global Policy Forum. Thank you.
Thank you for that valid observation. I see no hands in the room. I see no question online. Okay, so I suppose we will break off for 30 minutes, but before that, two things. First of all, I want to thank the panelists for their wonderful contributions, very informative, and for their engagement with everybody else. So thank you so much. Secondly, before you leave, and this is not only for those in this room, but also for those online, UNESCO, working with the government of Japan, is soon to launch a Memory of the World global initiative to safeguard documentary heritage at risk. This certainly is based on the projects that we've been piloting with MEXT support, not only globally, but also in specific countries, Mali, Sudan, and so on and so forth. And also it builds on the pilot survey that we conducted as part of the first phase of the Japanese Funds in Trust project, and also our own observation of the accelerating hazards facing memory institutions. The focus of this funding mechanism is going to be LDCs, least developed countries, and SEEDs, small island developing states, although of course there's room for global activities in that sense. And this will consist in financial support to memory institutions facing hazards of all sorts. And they will enter into an implementation partnership agreement with UNESCO. That means, although there is some financial support going to such memory institutions, we will also be counting on their in-kind support in order to ensure sustainability. And so this is, I think, great news, not only for UNESCO, but also for the memory institutions that will have the opportunity to apply and be granted such financial support. On that note, in 30 minutes, we reconvene for the closing session, both for you in the room and also for those online. So thank you so much. Let's break off. Welcome back, everybody, both on site and online. This is the closing session, and we are going to start by summarizing what has so far emerged from this morning and part of this afternoon, and also clarifying what some of the recommendations might be. To help us with that work, I would like to invite Yusi Neoteva, who is the Vice Chairperson of the International Advisory Committee of the Memory of the World Program, to do that for us. Please.
Thank you so much. And dear can you hear me? No. I heard that. Can you now hear me?
Yes.
I'll come a bit closer. Yes, so that I will talk not a repetition of what has been already said here. I will have some comments about what has been discussed and also some other suggestions about the topics that have not been discussed, but I find also important to raise up on this forum. The Memory of the World Program in this year is celebrating the 30th anniversary, as we have heard. I have followed it quite intensively, almost from the beginning. And I must say that when we started, it was quite modest beginning. Trudy was in Oslo at that time. I think that she's the only one that has been following it for all of that time. But it has developed, we can say, to one of the flagship programs of the UNESCO that is quite well known also in general. Very many challenges have been tackled during these years, like the question of what has not been discussed here, displaced documentary heritage. There we had also a survey that was made together with the UNESCO. And that was a question about the ownership or placement of the heritage that was disputed. We have established also new initiatives like the Memory of the World Register, where first inscriptions were made in 1997. The JIGCI Memory of the World Prize was established in 2004, and in 2015 the General Conference of UNESCO adopted the recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. That was the last words were added at quite late stage, but they are very important for us today. That is a normative instrument of the UNESCO and very essential also as a guidelines for the implementation of the Memory of the World Program as a whole. During the last few years, we have been able to restructure the management of the program through establishing regional and national committees for the Memory of the World, and especially starting national and regional registers of the invaluable documentary heritage. Also, I want to thank the Secretariat of the program for the work that has been done very well with rather small resources, as Paxson very well knows, and all of your staff. Today, we are very glad to enjoy the discussions at the third Global Policy Forum here in Tokyo, provided to us by the Japan Foundations in cooperation with the UNESCO. The Global Policy Forums had given us opportunity to discuss the principles and practices of the program and the goals we would like to set for the future work. We understand the benefits of coming together and sharing our views and best practices in preservation of the documentary heritage. We recognize that the documentary heritage is endangered, facing both risks of natural catastrophes and those that are man-made. We want to increase awareness of the needs and give a better access to the documents, both original and digitized. The forums organized in 2018, 2021, and now in 2022 here in Tokyo. We are very grateful that we have had these forums, but I must say that I'm quite concerned also about future. What shall we do when we don't have the series of these forums? I think that they have been very invaluable for the discussion forums. And I hope that we will find also ways in which we can discuss these, I think that the general conferences or the UNESCO are not the best place for coming together, and especially when I think that we have the very important cooperation also with the IFLA and ICROM that are very important partners for us, also when we speak about the documentary heritage. I'm not going to repeat, as I said, so that I will take up some questions and also some comments and also some to the presentations that have been done. And I will start with the questions about recognition of the documentary heritage. We are looking very much for common views and understanding on the principles and practices of our work in safeguarding the endangered cultural heritage. We need to understand, however, and respect that the cultural diversity and differences are in practices and in understanding. We heard it also at the presentations today. For example, the question of preservation of private documents differs from what we would think that would be, for example, for the Nordic countries that are very open in all these practices. In Japan, much of the documentary cultural heritage is owned and governed by private persons and organizations all over the country. We must accept this, of course, and even if we would have other understanding of these issues ourselves. Most important thing is that the cultural property is protected in a professional way, and laws and regulations give clear principles for the work in doing this work. Secondly, I shall take up a proposal which I received actually quite recently when discussing these issues with the Digital Preservation Coalition of the United Kingdom. But it needs to be added that these same issues have already been tackled also here on this forum. The question is about the fate of the digital documentary heritage. UNESCO adopted, as we very well know, also several years ago, the Charter of the Preservation of Digital Heritage. And it is also mentioned in the title of recommendation of 2015 that was adopted by the UNESCO General Conference. It is important that we have been able to recognize the challenges of e-administration and communication, but the field is still very scattered, and especially the question of permanent preservation of the public records, and even more, the private records, is huge. We also recognize that there is a growing divide between countries who already have working and secure systems to preserve and manage the huge masses of born digital records, both public and private. In that way, in what way are the archives receiving the private archives, the private e-archives? And we know also that private companies had a very crucial role in the whole. And the question is it good for us? And I think that these are the questions that should be tackled also to make clear lines how we are going to work with the public records. And of course, as I said, there is a growing divide also in the know-how and resources. That means that we have to be able to share our views and have the discussion and also have the solidarity so that we are not going to do things only for those who are wealthy and can do it, but also so that we can share the views and support also the others. Risk assessment and protection of endangered cultural heritage. 3 speakers mentioned already at the opening reception of this forum 2 very actual risks endangering the documentary heritage and endangering much more. The first one was the ongoing war in Ukraine, and the other was the environmental catastrophe risk discussed at the climate change conference that ended just yesterday in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. The experts gave an estimate that developing countries would need $100 billion a year to reach their climate protection goals. And these may still be difficult to reach, but everything is relative. The Canadian C.D. Howe Institute estimated that the first 6 months of the war in Ukraine have cost $9 trillion to the world economy. That would be enough for 90 years in support for developing countries in fighting the climate change. Everything is relative. The first recommendation for helping to safeguard endangered documentary heritage is, please stop the war. Dear organizers, I will take up also questions about restoring the cultural heritage. That was very much discussed also on the forum. First of all, I want to thank the Japanese organizations that have been able to raise these issues also and to give perspective. In Tokyo, we have heard the presentations. We know that the risks for the global documentary heritage have increased. Still, many memory institutions are lacking measures to manage the disaster situations when they occur. We need to share the best practices and work together to fulfill responsibilities we have in protecting our common heritage. Very much has been lost already. Documentary heritage is, as was said also in the beginning, elementary also for the sustainability of the societies, giving the wide and long perspective to us all. Framework for disaster risk reduction through agreements is important. We had the discussions that Judith took up also about the safe havens questions, and I must say that they are very, very difficult. We have, I can tell about the National Archives of Finland, what we did, so that it started with the Omam Documentation Center in Beirut and Lebanon. And they turned to us and asked if we would be able to take digital copies of their documents. And that was a huge mass of documents. That was person files of 70,000 persons who died or disappeared during the Lebanese civil war. And also those who died in the massacres in Sabra and Shatila. Well, we agreed that we will take digital copies to Finland about these documents, and I must say that Judy and Gary, her husband, were very helpful also in the legal issue to make the model agreement that has been used also in other cases. But getting the materials out of the country was not easy. We had previously also taken to the custody to the National Archives materials of the Kyrgyzstan Inquiry Commission of the European Security and Cooperation Organization. But they were the originals, and that was with the agreement with the organization. But with the materials coming from Lebanon, it was more complicated. And of course, it is the question how we are going to continue the work. Because now in this today's situation, we have also the original materials, as was also mentioned. And they are very risky situations also. I must mention that Lokman Slim, who was one of our members just in last February when we would have had the meeting of the working group of the Safe Havens, was shot in his car in Lebanon, in Beirut. So that everybody doesn't like what we are doing. That is why when we were in Rome, we were not coming together in the conference venue, but we were in the Finnish Institute that is in Rome, because that was more secure for us when we were working together with the Swiss piece. Other question that I would like to raise is also the question about what and how we are preserving the materials. We were shown also about the case about the Taiwan Museum professionals from collecting the material from the collapsed buildings and putting them on display. It may seem somewhat macabre for some, but I think that it was important for the community to do so. That is not a unique case, so that we had, for example, similar case in Norway where we had the materials of the 91 victims and many others who escaped from the island massacre of Anders Breivik. All these materials were collected to the National Archives of Norway, and I think that it has been very important also for the national remembrance to have these materials there and to have acceptance also by the audiences to make this collection of those materials. It is also so that when we are looking at the materials that we keep in archives and how we give access to the materials, these kind of cases are not the most difficult ones. I think that in most difficult cases is that we have also what we have, the black history of our nations. We didn't do always in the best way, in the correct way. But as archivists, we have our responsibility also to preserve the records of that part of the history. As for example, in Germany, they have done. And they want to show the materials and they want to tell the story how they failed and what went wrong. And I think that is the correct way to do it. We have been working very closely also with the Russian archives, but now we can't. So the situation has during, it was not only because of the Ukraine war, but also before that, when the, you can say, the restoration of the Stalin time started. And that meant that much of the materials were closed because there was only one, you can say, theory about the history of Russian federal state, and that was going back to the Soviet Union. We have also faced the question about the materials of Katyn massacre between Poland and Soviet Union, now Russia, and that is still a closed case, so that we haven't had access to the materials. And who knows what happened to the materials of the memorial, who was declared as a foreign agent, and nobody knows what happened to the materials. I know some what happened to the materials, but at large it is something that is open. And I think that these kind of cases where we have a question about not only preservation of the archives, but also preservation and access, because archives must be open so that we are able to use them for our understanding of our history. And I think that this is a very difficult case. I come to the questions about the recommendation, so that when we had the recommendation in 2015, and at the very last stages, we were able also to add some paragraphs to the chapter 5, that is about the international cooperation. And for example, we have about the safeguarding, paragraph 5.5. Member states are encouraged to engage in international cooperation to safeguard endangered documentary heritage through digitization or other means following a request made by another member state. What if we don't have a request from other member state, or if, for example, in the Syrian case and also in Iraq, there was not a functioning member state? Most of the big areas were in hold of totally other organizations. Should we leave them because we don't have a request from a member state? So that I think this is one of the issues also that we are finding. We have very many questions that we have been answered here, but I think that I wanted to show that there are still many questions that would be very good also to discuss with the professionals working on the safeguarding of endangered documentary heritage. I want to thank the Japanese organizations, the Secretariat of the Memory of the World, and also all of those who have contributed to the success of this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jussi. At this point, we are going to hear from three speakers who will spell out some specific commitments to realizing the goal of this Global Policy Forum. We're going to start with Ms. Cristina Diaz-Martinez, the Deputy Director of the State Archives of the Ministry of Culture and Sport in Spain. She's going to do so by video message. If we are ready to play the video.
Buenos días a todos y a
Good morning to you all. All those of us who participate in this third memory of the World Global Policy Forum know very well that the documentary heritage maintained in archives is unique and cannot be repeated. Archives are unique testimonies from the institutions and from people alike, and therefore, to be able to understand our anxiety for the year 2022, we must understand the true meaning as to what these documents from the past are. In the case of State Archives of Spain, the first documents that were held at the National Archives date back to the 7th century. 15 centuries have elapsed from that date for the preservation of in digital format, and which the State Archives of Spain have conserved and represent the documentary heritage not only of Spain but of the whole world alike in a network of 9 state archives that go over 4,320 linear documents. And so the flexibility of this legacy is the responsibility of the public administrations through the Ministry of Culture and Sports and the Directorate General of State Archives, as well as the commitment of the society together for the legacy of future generations. The Archives of Spain, given their own historical development, which goes beyond the current borders of the Spanish state, are an exceptional example of documentary heritage whose interest is shared with other countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and with which we are united by clear ties of cultural, linguistic, and values affinity that are all motivated by the existence of a shared history, in some cases for more than 3 centuries. Equally of interest for the study of the history of our country is the documentary heritage preserved in these Latin American countries, Equatorial Guinea and the Philippines, to which we are linked by the same historical, administrative, and archival traditions. The documents produced by the Hispanic monarchy's own institutions in the overseas territories are also archives of interest to Spain, which is why this mutual interest and necessary understanding in purely archival matters inexorably pushes us towards scientific and technical cooperation. However, there are many risks currently facing our documents' heritage, both from natural causes as well as man-made actions. We are suddenly in a worrying period in terms of catastrophes caused by natural forces, faced with the challenges of climate change, pandemics, or the crisis of natural and energy resources. On the other hand, however, actions directly caused by humankind are just as concerning. We are witnessing a war scenario in Europe involving mass destruction, and archives are no exception. In many countries around the globe, there is a lack of legal certainty and an axiomatic lack of transparent institutions which indisputably affect access to public information as well as the protection of fundamental freedoms. With this breeding ground of institutional weakness and dysfunctional institutions, illicit trafficking of documents and plundering proliferate, preventing documentary heritage from being accessible to us all. Let us remember then that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16 on peace, justice, and sound institutions is intimately linked to the fundamental role of archives in democratic governance and in the fight against corruption in all its forms. In this context, I would like to present the commitment of the Spanish State Archives in different international cooperation actions for the preservation of documentary heritage at risk in Iberoamerica, with special attention to the initiatives carried out within the framework of the Ibero-American Conference. The Ibero-American integration is a tool or a mechanism for political coordination and cooperation created in 1991 within the framework of the first Ibero-American Summit of Heads of State and Governments held in Mexico, whose central focus is interregional cooperation in areas such as education, culture, and institutional strengthening, amongst others. The Ibero-American Conference is made up of the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking Latin American states, plus Spain and Portugal, all of them 22 countries with strong historical, linguistic, and cultural affinities. For the Spanish state, cooperation with Latin America is one of the fundamental instruments of its foreign policy. At the same time, Spain, as a cultural bridge between Latin America and Europe, plays an essential role in the European Union's policy towards Latin America and the Caribbean. In this context, Spain ratified its commitment to Ibero-American cooperation through the Bariloche Agreement, as well as its support for the Ibero-American Summits of Heads of State and Governments and the international organization that articulates this cooperation, which is the Ibero-American General Secretariat, SEGIP. Within the cooperation programs of the Ibero-American General Secretariat, the one in charge of preservation and access to the common documentary heritage is the Iberarchivos Cooperation Program. The technical and executive secretariat of this program has been carried out since its inception, and this program was adopted in 1998 for the to promote access, organization, conservation, and dissemination. And the technical executive secretariat has been carried out since its inception on a voluntary basis through the Directorate General of State Archives in Spain as a contribution to Ibero-American cooperation, and I happen to be the executive secretary. This archives, Ibero-Archives program has 18 Ibero-American countries currently forming part and has an annual call for applications and takes out a number of preventive measures against the effects of disasters on archives caused by different types of catastrophes, such as fire, water, physical forces, and meteorological phenomena, or by human action through acts of vandalism, sabotage, acts of war, or simply accidental failures. Between the first call for grants in 1999 and the last one, adopted in 2021, 1395 projects have been supported in 23 Ibero-American countries, with a total investment of €6.5 million. This program is self-financed by the annual participation fees of the national archives of the countries participating under the program and by the voluntary contributions of the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation, ACID. Throughout these years, the program has shown a clear aspect of solidarity in the case of natural disasters. Some examples that we could highlight from amongst all those carried out could be, firstly, the intervention after the earthquake that took place in Haiti in 2010, in which its National Archives received first-aid technical assistance from the General Archive of the Dominican Republic. Another example that is quite notable would be the earthquake that took place in Ecuador in 2016, which, thanks to a project of the Iberarchivos program, a census was established of the damage caused to 80 archives affected by the earthquake in different provinces throughout Ecuador. In 2017, the headquarters of the National Archive of Puerto Rico, devastated after one passage of Irma and Maria, the two hurricanes, was rehabilitated. Finally, in 2020, the overflowing of a river in Piura, Peru, caused the flooding of the Central Archive of the Superior Court of Justice, where, thanks to this program, Rescue, cleaning, and conservation measures were carried out for 100,000 affected files. These are only but a few of the examples of the solidarity and horizontal cooperation nature of the program, in which countries with a greater level of technical capacity can provide their services to countries in need. In the framework of prevention, we could also highlight a research project carried out by the National Archive of Chile on the preservation of archives, which compiles in a single text the knowledge held in Ibero-America on natural disasters and how to respond to these phenomena from the archives. The text analyzes the situation of the Ibero-American archives and addresses the development of emergency management plans. As has been shown throughout my explanation, the Ibero Archivos program and its alignment with UNESCO's Memory of the World program contributes directly to the objectives of the Memory of the World program, like I said, through the development of policies and projects that are fully aligned with UNESCO's vision and with the peculiarity of being limited to the regional scope of Ibero-America. We also work to ensure that the documentary heritage belonging to Ibero-American citizens is preserved and protected for all, in full recognition of Ibero-American cultural diversity. In this regard, I must highlight that in the year 2016, the Ibero Archivos program received the UNESCO ADG Memory of the World Prize as a distinction for the work carried out and as a transcendental contribution to the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage as an element of the common heritage of humanity. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like to thank Christina for that presentation. Moving on, may I call upon Zeynep Gu Uno, who is the Vice President of the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, and also of the International Scientific Committee on Risk Preparedness, ECOP.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Coordinator of the Third Memory of the World Global Policy Forum, Government of Japan, and distinguished partners. It's a great honor for me to be with you in our capacity as ICOMOS ECORP, International Council of Monument Sites, International Scientific Committee on Risk Preparedness. I will talk with some numbers. 82.4 million people right now forcibly displaced worldwide due to the disasters. According to the estimation of United Nations, today 55% of the population live in cities. Its estimation is till 2050, this number will be 68%. In 2018, in one day, 4,560 people moved from their home due to the disaster, either human-induced or natural. In March 2022, this number is dramatically changed. In one day, 23,300 people moved from their home, and until now, they didn't come back. It means that until we finish this session, 2 years ago, 190 persons, but today, almost 972 persons will leave their homes and will not come back. I'm talking with numbers, but we all know that people are not a number. I will very briefly concentrate on today the hybrid threats. There is a barrier for protecting the cultural heritage. And if we link these people to the event, Societies that have survived for a long time history have used the physical evidence, architecture, written documents, customs, and rituals that determine the events they have experienced in the past and the behavior of their communities in the face of the situation in order to specify the risk that pose a threat to their existence and to develop countermeasures. The knowledge that ensures the survival of their ancestors in the violent natural events of their geography or the wars they fought in a different times in their past also defines the resilience of societies, that is the capacity to cope with the crisis. The collective memory created by the cultural heritage is the source of this information. Providing the guidance based on the past experience is a critical role of cultural heritage in creating road mapping of the future of societies. Documentary heritage created by the recording different types of heritage items within the scope of the Memory of the World program of UNESCO is a large, rich, and diverse big data sources that feeds the decision support system in the management of risk threatening the existence of the humanity. For this reason, it's the strategic importance, especially a new generation hybrid wars, and its importance therefore makes it a potential target. Making some reminders about the hybrid warfare, which is one of the threats we briefly focus on here, will be helpful in terms of establishing the links between the purpose of the recently formed working group of the International Council of Monuments and Sites, International Scientific Committee on Risk Preparedness, and its studies within the documentary heritage. I will not give a wider information about the hybrid warfare. Probably all of you know the fifth generation war problems. But if we add the recent ongoing disasters during the COVID-19 also pandemic, have shown the necessity of developing new strategies to manage the risk associated with the multiple disasters. The recent change in the trends of disaster and their complexity resulted in the ICOMOS board taking a strategic decision in 2021. The board requested to ICORP Scientific Committee to establish a working group to monitor the crisis, define early warning indicators, and determine the response strategies. In this context, in 2022, ICOMOS established the Crisis Monitoring and Response Unit. And the goal of this unit to manage the risk due to the hybrid threats by monitoring and assessing the early warning indicators to potential crisis situation, establishing institutional policies and actions, improving the crisis communication and cooperation between institutions, and building capacity, raising awareness. The strategy of ICOMOS Crisis Monitoring and Response Unit also supports the Global Target G, a defined target within the Sendai framework. As you know, in 2022, the United Nations International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction focused on Target G of the Sendai framework, substantially increased the availability of and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments to people by 2030. The urgency to achieve this target was strengthened in March 2022 by announcement made by the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, that the United Nations will spearhead new action to ensure every person on Earth is protected by early warning system within 5 years. The primary goal of the Sendai framework is avoid creating a new risk and reduce existing ones. But when that's not possible, creating awareness, developing capacity, implementing people-centered early warning systems, and ongoing training and preparedness can enable early action to minimize the harm to people, assets, and livelihoods. In this context, ICORP Crisis Monitoring and Response Unit has been making efforts to monitor and evaluate the indicators of different disasters, such as the Ukraine-Russian war, the flood in Pakistan, and the flood in Nigeria, recent floods, since the inauguration. Here, I would like to briefly mention the monitoring studies we have carried out with the focus on regarding the reducing disaster risk throughout the Ukrainian-Russian war and describe where the documentary heritage stands in these studies. We started the monitoring the crisis at the beginning of 2022. Indicators related to the risk that may threaten the cultural heritage were taken into consideration during the monitoring, and all events related to cultural heritage were recorded systematically from the point where the crisis escalated into war, which we define as a 0 second. Actually, I need to come back in here. Yeah, and actually the main aim of the working group is, as you know, the emergency responders started to respond in 0 second. It means that when the thing is started, disaster or the big event started. But the 0 seconds of the heritage professionals are always different than the emergency responders as usual. But now we need to change this because we are losing the precious time in that limit till we respond as a heritage professionals to the damaged heritage. It means that we should start earlier for the preparedness level for this. And we used open source information, and the information from the field offices were evaluated together in the monitoring in order to filter the false or misleading information, which is a tool of the hybrid threats, hybrid warfare. Multi-source scanning was carried out. We worked carefully to maintain confidentiality in gathering disseminating the information, and kept most of this on a need-to-know basis so that informed decision could be made. When the monitoring studies reached a certain stage, it became clear that the intervention stage required more comprehensive and first-hand information. For this purpose, the decision to the organizing a mission to visit Ukraine was made. ICOMOS and ICROM undertook a joint mission to support the effort of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, as well as heritage organizations and professionals in the country in the current conflict situation. And this mission, carried out from 9 to 18 July 2022, was to meet with the local representative and work with them to understand the situation further, as well as assess the damage to cultural heritage, identify the urgent needs, and provide technical assistance for the preparation of a systematic and coordinated national strategy for first response and recovery planning for the recovery of the heritage. Undoubtedly, the duration of this mission is not enough to understand the whole situation in the field. However, the data from the active monitoring, information from our colleagues in Ukraine, and the platforms that enable the organizations working on the issue to come together and share the information, such as the coordinating meeting of UNESCO, allow to the modus operandi of this case to be understood. In this context, to assess the human-induced disaster by establishing the relationship with the documentary heritage in Ukraine, according to announcements of the UNESCO, 213 cases were recorded in which cultural assets were deliberately targeted or collaterally damaged during this period of time. And according to the number from the 24th February, 92 religious sites, 16 museums, 77 buildings of historical and or artistic interest, 18 monuments, and 10 libraries. Of course, we do not concentrate on when I say the 10 libraries is all cover all the archives. But also we also need to understand that the museum have some archives, and historic buildings, some archives, some private archives, some religious buildings have archives, all of them. And when we collect all of them, probably the number that more than we estimate in the damage. And since the beginning of this situation, studies such as taking physical protection measures in historical buildings for preventive protection, evacuation of museum artifacts, copying the documents in libraries and archives, and fast three-dimensional documentation of architectural heritage have been carried out and continue to be carried out. These studies have also contributed to including new works in Ukrainian documentary heritage. On the other hand, both the documentation of the existing heritage and the post-destruction documentation is of a great importance when evaluated within the scope of the documentation of the war, this will be the heritage documents in the future and will be the log of the war for the future. However, considering the available resources and the number of works, we see that is necessary to plan the studies according to the prioritization of the intervention based on the risk analysis. It's a strategic necessity to increase the awareness of conservation experts about the new generation of threats and the risk, especially the new generation of war and hybrid warfare. In addition to the destruction of archive buildings by bombing and burning the past, cyber attacks on systems that provide the heat and humidity control of the environment, or ransomware attacks that threaten the accessibility, one of the most important features of documentary heritage, are now among the risks that need to be evaluated. In conclusion, today the use of the monitoring and early warning system, according to the changing the trend of the disaster, as one of the main drivers for planning strategic, operational and tactical phases in the management of new generation hybrid threats, and the risk has also been defined as a priority aimed by ICOMOS E-Corp in this context, increasing the actions that will emphasize memory of the world, documentary heritage within the scope of the said aim will also raise awareness in this area. The aim is also strategy aligned with the Sendai Framework Objective G, increasing the availability of and access to multi-hazard early warning system and disaster risk information and assessment to the people. I wanted to finalize my words with the commitment statement of ICOMOS E-Corp in 1 minute. Okay. All forms of disaster that threaten the existence of the tangible and intangible cultural heritage and the owners, raising the awareness that the difference between surviving and continuing to live can be made by protecting the collective memory created by culture. Recognizing that the protection of the cultural heritage as a whole, with all its tangible and intangible components, is a priority in the management of disaster risk. Recognizing that each individual's personal history and documents that determine his/her existence are part of the cultural heritage of the society after the disaster, and including them in the triage system at the first intervention stage. Developing guidance policies to share early warning indicators with all cultural sectors in disaster risk reduction to ensure that no one is left behind. And by linking our actions with the global target of the Sendai Framework, and we commit to include the result of the third Memory of the World Global Policy Forum as an integrated component of disaster risk management to cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zeynep, for that statement of practical commitment. Let me move on now to Ms. Anna Lomtaze, my colleague who is a program specialist in the UNESCO Jakarta office. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It is an honor for me to be here with you today. I would like to thank the Memory of the World Secretariat for inviting me. In fact, for 2 years, I worked in Paris together with Faxon, Kenji, Veronica, and it is very good to be back with friends and colleagues from Memory of the World program. And right away, I would like to congratulate them, as well as our Japanese partners, on a very successful organization of this forum. Today, I'm here to deliver a statement of commitment on behalf of the UNESCO field offices. As you may know, UNESCO has over 50 regional and national field offices around the world that serve as operational arms of the headquarters, implementing and adjusting adapting the strategies and programs to national and local contexts. When it comes to Memory of the World, of course, all field offices are working to identify, preserve, and enable access to documentary heritage, as well as to facilitate international and regional cooperation. As Faxon said, I represent the UNESCO Multisectoral Regional Office in Jakarta, Indonesia, which also covers Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Timor-Leste. All of them are very prone to natural disasters, which have increased with the ongoing climate crisis. In fact, Indonesia and the Philippines are located on the Pacific Ring of Fire, where the world's most volcanic eruptions and earthquakes take place. So today's conversations about the main challenges and opportunities for safeguarding documentary heritage at risk have been very relevant to the area that I cover. And in my closing statement, I would like to focus on 3 recent initiatives undertaken by UNESCO field offices in different parts of the world that actually embody or exemplify our future direction and commitments. So the first example has to do with inter-regional cooperation. In July 2022, UNESCO Bangkok and Nairobi offices brought together Memory of the World regional committees from Asia and the Pacific and Africa to enhance interregional collaboration and discuss how they can actually promote joint documentary heritage inscribed on Memory of the World registers, such as the archives of the Dutch East India Company and the Asian African Conference Archives, which launched the non-alignment movement in 1950. At this interregional meeting, UNESCO facilitated a very wide discussion among 50 participants from Southeast Asia and Africa on the best practices in managing a regional register, mobilizing funds for documentary heritage at risk, as well as using digital tools to engage younger audiences. And moving forward, UNESCO is committed to ensuring that this conversation continues and that we have more targeted interregional initiatives focusing specifically on digital heritage preservation, digitization, and of course, disaster risk reduction. Now, the second example concerns international cooperation for not only safeguarding documentary heritage, but also using it for reconciliation and peace building. Last year, UNESCO Jakarta office initiated a project in Timor-Leste on history and peace education through digitizing and facilitating access to the Shega National Center, which holds critical records of Timor-Leste's history. This project is supported by the Republic of Korea, and just a few months ago, end of August, UNESCO supported a 7-day in-person training where Shega staff were able to travel to Korea and exchange with public institutions, museums, and archives on their practices of digitization, record management, and outreach and education activities. This initiative will continue next year, and it is expected to benefit over 150,000 students, as well as about 500 Shega staff, history teachers, and officials from ministries of education and culture. Moving forward, UNESCO field offices are committed to identifying and responding to the specific needs of memory institutions and to creating opportunities for synergies and exchanges. And it is important in this process to ensure that preservation is just the first step. We need to make sure that preserved items are then used actively for research, education, as well as a public conversation on important topics to society. The third and final example I'd like to mention is from across the world, from Costa Rica, the UNESCO office in San Jose. And this is about community engagement. So last year, UNESCO launched the Central American network of first aid volunteers to safeguard documentary heritage. This network includes students, scouts, firefighters, members of the National Civil Protection who were trained on how to salvage materials after a flood, how to do risk assessments. Actually, our earlier speaker, Émilie Gagné, was engaged in developing these training materials. And we hope that this network will be ready to assist libraries, archives, museums in times of crisis and need. Again, moving forward, UNESCO is committed to nurturing such ongoing initiatives and launching new ones. In Indonesia, UNESCO will be engaging with the Teachers Association to introduce them to the Memory of the World online course for teachers of history, language, and literature on how they can incorporate Memory of the World Register in their classrooms to promote intercultural dialogue and critical thinking. We're also working with the National Archives at the moment to develop a youth competition where high school students will be asked to create short videos and social media posts on Memory of the World Register items of their choice. One last thing I'd like to mention is about community engagement regarding traditionally marginalized communities that was brought up earlier and preserving their heritage. My colleague, Mr. Traore from Mali, mentioned that in Mali, a lot of the documentary heritage is kept by families and individuals, and this is also the case in the areas where I cover, particularly in Indonesia, in Papua and Sumatra. Many items, very valuable ancient manuscripts, are kept in families in very precarious conditions in remote areas. And UNESCO is cooperating with MANASA, which is a professional association of over 400 archivists, anthropologists, historians, who have a direct line of communication with these communities, who know even the religious rituals to be performed in order to be able to touch or displace these manuscripts. And moving forward, UNESCO is committed to supporting such local efforts. We know that what gets preserved for future generations, how and who decides, are all very important, sensitive questions. And at the field level, we're committed to ensuring that no one gets left behind and that marginalized communities are part of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that sampling of activities being carried out by UNESCO field officers and the commitments arising therefrom. Well, at this point, it is my honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Kamata Kaoru, the President of the National Archives of Japan and a distinguished member of the Japanese Memory of the World Committee, to give us closing remarks.
皆さん、こんにちは。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As was introduced, I am Kamata Kaoru, President of the National Archives of Japan. It is a great honor for me to be here today to welcome experts from various countries who share a common awareness of the issues at hand, and to have this very fruitful discussion. We are able to host Global Policy Forum for the first time in Japan, and to have this very fruitful discussion among the parties of experts. It is my great honor for me to be asked to deliver the concluding remarks at this very important meeting. Once again, this is a great honor. Now, documentary heritage is a precious asset of significant and enduring values to communities, cultures, nations, and humanity in general. And passing it on to the next generation is a challenge that transcends national borders, and it is common to all humanity. However, many of the world's recorded heritage sites are in danger of disintegrating or disappearing, and once lost, they are very difficult to restore. The goal of Policy Forum has played an important role as a forum for discussion and action on this pressing issue of protecting and preservation of documentary heritage. At this third forum, based on discussions in various forums on disaster risk reduction activities and need to document disasters, including disaster risk reduction activities, the participants discussed strengthening international cooperation on the crisis of documentary heritage caused by natural disasters, wars, and conflicts. We are convinced that the various experiences and insights shared in today's discussion will lead to a better preservation of recorded heritage at risk. We also believe that we did our share of international cooperation yesterday by showing our restoration work at NHA to a group of speakers who wished to do so yesterday. Now, allow me to introduce the activities of the National Archives of Japan In 2006, we received 2 trainees from the Aceh State Museum and Aceh Archives for about a month to provide technical guidance on restoration techniques in relation to the major earthquake that hit Aceh, Sumatra, Indonesia in December 2004. As a follow-up, the museum's staff visited the site on 3 occasions until 2011 to provide technical guidance. After the major earthquake in Padang, Sumatra, Indonesia in September 2009, the NAJ provided long-term support in cooperation with other relevant organizations, including 2 on-site restoration technical training courses in 2010 and 2012. The Great East Japan earthquake on 11th March 2011 also caused extensive damage to the archives of many local authorities here in Japan. NAJ recognized that it is an urgent issue to promptly deal with the damage and prepare for future preservation of official documents and other material, and supported the training of personnel so that they can rescue official documents damaged by tsunami. In Japan, typhoons and terrestrial rains have caused water damage to archives in many parts of our country over the past few years. Based on its experience in the aftermath of the March 11, we are providing practical guidance on how to clean and dry water-damaged archives, as well as advice on how to deal with such damages. We are also sharing the results of these efforts with other interested parties around the world through workshops and other events at the ICA. We will continue to disseminate and share the knowledge and skills necessary to save records damaged by natural disasters, both domestically and internationally. Now, to address the risk of documentary heritage from natural and man-made disasters around the world, we need to broaden the collaboration from the participants of this forum. We hope that today's forum will deepen global links through discussions of many important issues and a sharing of new national and regional initiatives. Finally, I would like to express my respect and gratitude to the UNESCO Memory of the World Program Secretariat and to all those involved for their efforts in organizing this forum. And I hope that all of you gathered here today will continue to work towards the protection and preservation of documentary materials. This is my sincere wish. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaoru, for those closing remarks. Much appreciated. Those remarks, in fact, mark the conclusion of the proceedings of the 3rd Memory of the World Global Policy Forum, held for the first time in Tokyo under the theme Enhancing International Cooperation to Better Safeguard Documentary Heritage. Obviously, it would be remiss of me not to thank all of you here and our participants online for your participation today. Indeed, going further, I need to acknowledge the dedicated service of my colleagues towards making this event the success that it has been. And I do hope that you found it as engaging and as productive as I did. The colleagues in question are Kenji. I don't know what you need to do, maybe stand up and take a bow. Veronica. And in Paris, a colleague of mine, Rasim, who's been working closely with these two. And here in Japan, I do need to acknowledge the support of our focal point from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, Ms. Watanabe Etsuko. I'm not sure if she's here or not, but there she is. Thank you so much. This represents the kind of partnership that we expect from somebody you call a donor. Indeed, we discourage ourselves from referring to MEXT as a donor, but as a partner, given the fact that they have co-hosted this event with us, and our interactions have been very warm, very encouraging for the future. So thank you so much. And on that note, I would like to again thank all of you, and especially the speakers that took part today. This then is the end of the third edition of the Global Policy Forum, and I've been your host, Faxon Banda. Goodbye.